Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, for those of you in person and for those joining us live streaming. And also for those who are in person in Avalon, because we are also live streaming there. Let's see. I will ask our legal counsel to take a roll call and establish a quorum.
Member Lopez,
Present.
Vice President Otto, President Craighead,
Here.
Member Benitez,
Here.
and Member Miller.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I will have Dr. Benitez lead us in the pledge.
President Craighead, I can't remember if I've ever been asked to do that. And if I have, I can't, it would have to be at least 5 or 6 years ago. So thank you.
You're welcome. I remembered that we didn't have a student because it's the summer, and so I thought, look, you're right here, I'll ask you. Which I'm surprised hasn't happened more often because you're right next to me. Okay, so back to the agenda. The board has been meeting in closed session today regarding matters listed on the agenda. The board took reportable action on the following items. On item 3.4, the board voted 5-0 to approve the settlement agreement in case number 24 LBCV 00871, resolving all claims against the district. Also, the board voted 5-0 to approve the settlement agreement in case number 23STCV11360, resolving all claims against the district. No further reportable action was taken. And now we are at adoption of the agenda. I believe Ms. Takahashi has something for us.
Yes, thank you. On item 14.7, the purchasing and contracts report, we'd like to pull item number 28 and also provide clarification on item number 55. The estimated annual expenditures is $500,000. And on item 57, the estimated annual expenditures will be $200,000. On items 55 and 57, those expenditure amounts were cut off of the public document. So just some clarification on those two items.
Thank you.
I move to approve agenda as amended.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. We don't have a student representative because it is summer and our high school students are not on campus yet. So we'll look forward to our next meeting when we will have a student representative. But this is a special time because we are going to recognize the finalists for our student board member for the upcoming school year. And I just want to let everybody know that these 5 finalists are not only academically, that excel not only academically, but also in their leadership roles. And each and every one of the finalists have service-oriented leadership roles and many, many accolades. So it is with great pleasure that we introduce these 5 finalists to the public. And what we're going to do is we're going to introduce you. I'll have you come to the podium. We'll have you come to the podium one at a time. And then once we've introduced all 5 finalists, we'll have you come stand in front of the dais and we'll take a group picture. So I'm going to start at this end with Member Miller, and and we'll get right to it.
All right, and just for confirmation, we're just reading through the bios, correct?
Yes, introduce the student. We'll have the student come to the podium, and then we'll read the bio.
All right. Well, I'm excited because I know this student personally. I am bringing to the podium Miss Araceli Hernandez Cruz. Let's give her a big round of applause. So Araceli genuinely enjoys being involved in the important conversations that shapes our schools. This can be seen through her work in ASB, being on the board of significant clubs, but mostly seen through her role through the Superintendent's Student Advisory Board Committee and her involvement in the Student Voices Initiative. With the support of the Superintendent, Dr. Joe Baker, she has had the chance to listen and learn from many district leaders. That has made her realize how much she truly values the opportunities where students can contribute to decisions that directly affect them. Through her experience of being the first-generation Mexican-American student, she understands the value of an education and what it means to approach problems with an open mind and with a strong sense of empathy. She believes that student perspectives can bring something unique to the table. Also, through her involvement as a board member of Model UN, she has developed strong communication and leadership skills over the years. She is confident in her ability to engage, listen, and collaborate with students and adults. One of her greatest skills that she would bring to the board is her leadership experience and community-oriented mindset. She currently serves as president for one of my favorite organizations, the Youth Leadership Ambassadors for Operation Jumpstart, which is a nonprofit that supports low-income first-generation students in their journey to get in and get through college. She has held this competitive position for 2 years now and has dedicated countless hours to organizing events, finding ways to guide students to better opportunities, and being quick on her feet and leading youth initiatives to finding new opportunities. Through this program, she has had the privilege of learning. I didn't read this part. She's had the privilege of learning from inspiring leaders like board member Eric Miller, who is a previous Operation Jumpstart graduate himself. Seeing his work has been a major influence and has given her an early glimpse into the kind dedication and thoughtfulness needed to be in these kinds of roles. That was really sweet of you. Her philosophy is centered around service, equity, and action. She has accumulated over 150 hours of community service, primarily working in local shelters in underserved neighborhoods. These experiences have shown her the importance of listening first and stepping up in important positions. She strongly believes that every student deserves the opportunity to pursue a higher education, and part of that journey is finding the college that fits her best. Everybody, Araceli Hernandez Cruz. Let's give her another round of applause.
Okay, Dr. Benitez.
And I just found the part where I'm going to insert myself into the thing, too. Good job, Mr. Miller. It's my great pleasure to introduce Naza Nwala, if you can step up to our podium, Naza. A senior from McBride. Naza's interested in being a student board member in order to represent her peers. Amplifying their voices, thoughts, and opinions to the best of her ability guides her approach to leadership. Her leadership and advocacy skills allow her to have the confidence in representing student voices and guiding and connecting to her peers. And her public speaking skills allow her to speak with conviction and properly articulate her thoughts and ideas to others. She holds a deep commitment to equity and inclusion, service-oriented leadership, and advocacy. In her own words, quote, "I strongly and wholeheartedly believe in fair treatment and opportunities for all members of our district students' body. I believe entirely in representing the views of those that I represent without any selfish or self-serving interests," end quote. In school, her favorite classes were AP US History. See, perfect spot for me here. AP Language and her CTE course, Sports Medicine. History provides her the context and lens to analyze occurrences in her day-to-day life. English, because the course equips her with the language and literary analysis skills necessary to articulate and properly analyze any and all material that she comes across. And her CTE course, Sports Medicine, equips her with the industry skills and certifications to be better prepared for the industry she aims to enter after high school. Naza has always been passionate about advocating for youth in any way that she can. For years, she has volunteered with the City of Long Beach at community centers throughout our city to serve youth and other members of our community, accruing well over 300 hours in the past 2 years of volunteering. This past summer, she worked as an intern for our own LBUSD's BSAI initiative, our Black Student Achievement Initiative, as a student mentor where she supported Miss Jones, a second grade teacher at Holmes Elementary, in teaching and caring for students aged 7 and 8. Her advocacy for youth is by no means limited to working solely with children. She also believes in working with adults tasked with their care. Last summer, she was a student panelist for the Close the Career Opportunity Gaps Educator Summit at Cal State University, Long Beach. She strongly believes in leadership and advocacy and all that she strives to accomplish, so much so that she was part of the launch group for BSAI's Black Literary Society under the care and guidance of Dr. Pam Lovett, which has grown to over 150 students and remains rooted in a robust partnership with Dr. Jarvis Givens at Harvard University. I'm going to add this. This is not Naza. Because of the efforts of Naza, our keynote speaker at our Black Summit and Symposium actually said, hey, I'd like to contribute some of my books. How many students are there? And he was probably thinking 20, 25. Because of Naza's and the other students' efforts, we were talking about giving out 150 books that day. So please join me in congratulating and welcoming Naza.
Member Lopez.
It's my pleasure to introduce Stephanie Chow. Stephanie's motivation to serve as a student board member stems not just from a passion for change, but also from her personal experiences that have shaped the person she is today. As a student who has faced discrimination, she knows what it feels like to be pushed into the tight, shadowed corners, feeling like an outsider in a place that's supposed to feel safe. Rather than let those experiences change her motivation to do what she wanted to do, she has made it her mission to open doors for others. She wants to empower students who may be going through similar struggles, those who have been made to feel like outsiders in their schools, hiding their identities rather than celebrating them. She wants to be the person she once needed in elementary, middle school, and at the beginning of high school. Someone who not only understands, but acts. Someone who listens, advocates, and leads with compassion for everyone. Her mission is not only to find a home for her school campus, but to assist others who may be unsure of who they are and where they want to go when school feels like a puzzle with the individual pieces hidden throughout the campus and within the people. She bridges the gap between students, educators, and community organizations by advocating for more service learning opportunities, leadership programs, and collaborative efforts that are able to connect academic experiences with the real world. She has served in over 35 leadership roles at both her school site and in the community as she lives out this purpose. Reliability and adaptability allow her to effectively navigate challenges that may occur and work towards creating policies that will foster inclusivity and academic success for all students. Through this opportunity, she hopes to make a lasting impact on LBUSD by advocating for student voices, promoting a culture of engagement, and fostering opportunities for every learner to thrive to the fullest. Her dedication to inclusion, academic excellence, and engagement and community involvement are her superpowers. Her favorite high school courses so far have been biology, AP psychology, and AP language and composition. She's always been fascinated by science, as well as the ability to express different values, ideas, and experiences through various styles of writing. As she continues her education, she looks forward to deepening her knowledge in these areas and applying what she has learned to future endeavors. Congratulations. Help me give her a big hand.
And Member Otto.
Great, thank you. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce, is it Sari Raj from Sato High School? Sari transferred to the Long Beach Unified School District Public School from a private school in the 3rd grade. Her journey has had its ups and downs, but the value of student voice has always been a positive constant. Going from student council in her elementary school to being able to represent her school as an ambassador at Sato and serving as a member of the Long Beach Unified School District Tech Advisory Council, she has always been interested in sharing her perspective. She has experienced firsthand what it means for students to actively shape what matters, especially as an LBUSD facilities intern. Observing the development of future-focused policies like Vision 2035, especially through the lens of school infrastructure, and her involvement in the impactful student-led cell phone policy council has motivated her to be a part of this policy-making process. She is passionate about ensuring that the inclusive environment that she has benefited from continues to future generations who attend schools at the Long Beach Unified School District. Her interest in serving as a student board member is driven by a genuine commitment to ensuring student perspectives are central to the decisions that shape our academic experience in the LBUSD. Her leadership journey from vice president to president of Key Club, and finally her current role as the Key Club's division lieutenant governor. She has grown through hands-on experiences in collaborative leadership, effective communications across diverse groups, and most importantly, a perspective that allows her to view the district as a whole and synthesize student input to generate a better environment for her peers. Beyond traditional leadership roles, she has actively contributed to the district through Blossom, the STEM outreach program that she co-founded. This initiative allows high school students from Milliken and Sato to directly impact elementary and middle schools by delivering engaging STEM education, for example, DNA case studies and aerodynamics, to students who might not otherwise have the opportunity to learn from their peers within our district. Being able to go to elementary schools and to meet students who she feels are a reflection of herself has been very impactful on her interest to shape student policy and forward thinking. Her dedication as a search and rescue member has allowed her to gain a higher sense of responsibility and capacity for critical thinking in dynamic situations. The saying, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, line well with her approach to life. Congratulations on your nomination.
And I have the honor of acknowledging Alvin, and this is Alvin Reyes Cordero. For a long time, Alvin has felt as though he had no true voice. He was a shy, timid person and often dealt with prejudice from his peers. As Alvin transitioned into high school, he developed his skills and cultivated the courage to advocate for others. He began to advocate for struggles other students were facing, not only in the community, but also on a national level. Based on his learning, he advocated that no student should ever feel like they have no voice. He has made it his life mission to cultivate a tomorrow where everyone is happy, seen, respected, and represented, to strive for a brighter future for all. A belief that he has come to learn that he shares with Long Beach Unified's Vision 2035. To be different is to be special, which is something that he would like the future generation of LBUSD students to know. This belief is important to promote an embracing society that nurtures a space where all individuals can feel safe and, most importantly, happy. Hence, he became a founding member of a club at a school named Teens for Teens that supports LA County underprivileged teens, in which he currently serves as fundraising and media coordinator, and through his role, he's raised over $400 that have all gone into purchasing hygiene and clothing necessities for underserved teens in LA. So he's not just benefiting Long Beach Unified, but also LA County as a whole. Moreover, he is the founding president of the Multimedia Club, which was founded to promote a space where all voices can be seen and heard. Currently, the club is working on launching a document series named Representation to expose outside communities about the differing perspectives and its importance in the everyday world. At CAMS, he also serves as the head of the fundraising committee, having raised over $5,000 in one semester. Alvin wants the students of LBUSD to know they should celebrate their differences rather than persecute each other because of them. For this reason, he serves as a national youth amplifier in association with the Sandy Hook Promise and Beyond Difference organizations. As a youth amplifier, he has been able to create educational lessons and create nationwide initiatives which have reached over 1 million children nationwide, ranging from elementary to high school students, in hopes of dismantling harmful stereotypes whilst fostering a more accepting society. More recently, he was inspired to create a more localized impact on communities that experienced similar struggles to his own, leading him to become an LA 2050 Youth Ambassador leader. He also leads a group of 10 individuals who range from 14 to 24 years old, guiding them through the grant-making process and also guiding them in conducting surveys for the purpose of representation in their respective LA County neighborhoods, focused on providing childhood domestic violence and educational support. Apart from this, he serves as a team leader at the same youth civic activism nonprofit, managing 20-plus interns in their needs and facilitating their tasks, work, and research through scheduled weekly meetings. Through this experience, over 20 legislators, governors, and government officials have been contacted. Alvin's mother and her courage motivated him to see education as his guiding light to happiness and success, not only for himself, but for his family. Can we give Alvin a round of applause? And also, I remember him mentioning that he likes to learn foreign languages in his spare time, which I don't know how he has spare time, but he likes to learn foreign languages. So at this time, I'm going to ask our student finalists to come forward. The board members will stay kind of at their seats, and then we'll have our finalists, and we'll do a group photo. We'll just take a pause to do that. Yes, bring the certificates. are not just our leaders for tomorrow, they're leading today, and they've been leading. So it's just wonderful and such an honor for us to be able to introduce you to the public like this. And thank you all for being here. But we do need to move on, and I'm going to direct our attention to the screen because we have a video.
We realized a need to align with Vision 2035 and the graduate portrait and the need for our students to be future-ready adults. Its purpose is to really empower students to really have a voice in our district and in our community. The students identify a problem that they want to address at their school. This year we identified littering on campus, we identified gossiping and trash talking, and we identified inappropriate language. With those things, they created a realistic plan to really put into action.
So this year with RSVP, we wanted to engage our parents. We wanted them to become familiar with the adult portrait and how the adult portrait supports our graduate portraits. Just like the staff at school, we want our parents to be champions for children. So we asked the parents what they saw on campus and what they wanted to see. We gave the feedback to the teachers, and we're working together to collaborate to make sure that our students and that our adults and that our systems are the best for Vision 2035.
Before we go on with our agenda, I'd just like to mention to our student board member finalists, you don't need to stay for the entire board meeting. I know you have loved ones and maybe somebody you'd like to celebrate with, so we don't want to keep you from that. So you're free to go whenever you choose, but we will go on with the agenda. And so we are at public testimony on items on the agenda.
Yes, we have two speakers tonight for items on the agenda. The first speaker will be Karen Taylor.
Hello, school board and school dignitaries. And my name is Karen Taylor, and I think I state my address. 610 Los Altos Avenue, Long Beach. I just want to say thank you to all the student finalists. I didn't know that was going to be on the agenda tonight, but I'm honored to meet them, and it's exciting to see what leadership is happening now and up and coming in Long Beach Unified. I'm just here mainly on behalf of Ground Education and our entire team and our board of directors to say thank you and express gratitude to the school district for our partnership, our long-standing partnership. Tonight on the consent agenda is a bundle of school site partnership consultant agreements for us to participate again in this coming year in the way that we do at the school sites. And so we just wanted to come before you and say thank you. As I was leaving my office nearby, we had our team of dedicated educators who have been participating in the ELOP summer programming, coming back from their exciting day at Chavez and Stevenson. So summer has been a real joy for us to be able to bring ant colonies and habitats to all 37 elementary and K-8 schools in the summer programming, and really that joy of nature is going to spill over into the fall. Just briefly, Ground Education is a homegrown Long Beach medium-sized now business who also happens to be a nonprofit in service to Long Beach Unified. My children were fourth generation Long Beach Unified, so boy, it really is something to be able to live and work and serve in this fabulous community of Long Beach. Again, we're an honored partner of the district. We exist to serve the youth of Long Beach, and we together alongside Long Beach Unified work to construct green spaces and edible gardens, and then care for those gardens with our team of specialized horticulturists, and also then take learning outside alongside the classroom teachers here, and during the day, regular school instructional minutes, and also in the ELOP space. Last year, we were thrilled to serve 15,000 students all year long, and this year we're adding 1,600 additional ones and two new school gardens and green spaces. And we just want to thank you all and invite any and all, and especially school board members, to join us anytime in the garden. And some of you already have. In fact, Ariel De La Cruz, who's with me here tonight, is an educator with Ground Education and moving into some sustainability projects that we're working on. She's going to speak later. So anyway, thank you all, and yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez, did you have something?
Yeah, so we do, as a reference, we do have an item before us in our consent calendar today. Dr. Baker, given that we, first off, thank you to Ground Education for all the positive impact that you're having, not just in our schools, but in our communities. I've had a chance to hold baby chicks in my hand and visit some of our gardens. But really what I'm thinking is, if there's an opportunity in the future to hear more about what Ground Education is doing at so many of the district schools, impacting, as you referenced, not just the 15,000 touches of students, but oftentimes we're talking about this work, and I'll speak to the community garden piece, occurring in communities and neighborhoods that don't have access to community gardens, to green space, students that really, this is the first time that they've held a baby chick in their hand or seen an ant colony. So I think for consideration, Dr. Baker, if we could find a way and an opportunity to lift up this work and the positive impact that it's having for our students in schools, that would be great.
Thank you for mentioning that. I missed the baby chick day. Sorry about that. I have to wait till spring now for baby chicks. We have another speaker.
Our next speaker is Ariel De La Cruz.
So Ariel De La Cruz, good afternoon, everyone. I've been a garden educator with Ground Education for the past 4 years at Edison Elementary in downtown Long Beach. And I just wanted to say thank you for the support towards Ground Education. As Karen mentioned, we're currently in 31 schools. When I first got on board, we were in less than 10 schools. It's been a joy to see the organization grow throughout the years, and we wouldn't be here without the district support in gardens in elementary schools. I choose to be part of this organization not only because it teaches our youth about our food systems and help them create a relationship with nature, but the gardens are also a green space. As you know, Long Beach is an urban city with a lack of green and open spaces for our communities to decompress, live, and play in. The gardens may be the only outdoor space that our kids get to experience during the day, week, or even month. I think we can all agree that access to the outdoors contributes to our physical, emotional, and mental well-being. My main focus has always been on environmental justice and making sure we can provide resources to our communities. It's been a pleasure for me to work alongside Ground Education and create more sustainable environments in Long Beach. I also want to thank Mr. Zayed for his dedication towards the progress of Edison, as you have worked alongside Mr. G, who I consider to be one of my mentors and has supported my projects with the school. I also want to thank Mr. Benitez for coming to Edison for the 5th graders' chick lesson. It's important that our students see and interact with the leaders who are creating a better future for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
And we have 5 speakers tonight. The first speaker is Jovan Beltran.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jovan Beltran, and I'm here today as a concerned parent speaking on behalf of many families who care deeply about the current and future state of Jordan High School baseball's program. Measure K was passed back in 2008. Phase 1 of Jordan's campus renovation began around 2013. I don't think anyone imagined that over 12 years later, we'll still be in phase 5 or 6, and that Jordan's baseball program would be left behind in the process. Today, Jordan is the only high school in the district without a proper baseball field on campus. That's not just unfortunate, it's unacceptable. Out of all the sports and programs at Jordan, baseball has been one to pay the price, and this decision continues to place our students at a major disadvantage. There was supposed to be a partnership with the city of Long Beach to use Houghton Park as a home field, but the park is not suitable or safe for high school athletics. It is a serious liability. There is a heavy and ongoing presence of transients, drug use, violence, and public alcohol consumption in and around the park. No student should be expected to participate, to practice or compete under those conditions. And no parent should have to worry about their child's safety every time they step onto that field. On top of that, the field itself has never been laser graded. The surrounding facilities have not been upgraded or maintained to support a high school program, and nothing has been done to accommodate school use. There are no batting cages, insufficient equipment, and no true home field to build pride, identity, culture within the program. This lack of investment is it's a clear disadvantage and impacts not only the performance of our student athletes, but their sense of belonging and self-worth. When students are treated like afterthoughts, they begin to feel like afterthoughts. If you look around at every other high school in the district and in surrounding cities, they all have proper baseball fields and batting cages. These are not luxuries. They are basic infrastructure needed to run a legitimate program. Unfortunately, underserved communities like ours get left behind, often because the parents don't know how to bring attention to the issue or don't have the means to advocate consistently. But today, we are here, we are speaking up, and we are demanding change. In July alone, I sent multiple emails regarding these concerns to following LBUSD leaders and school leaders: Keisha Irvin, Principal, Jordan High School; Edward Samuels, Assistant Superintendent; Yumi Takahashi, Chief Business Officer; David Miranda, Assistant Superintendent of Facilities and Operations; and Maria Isabel, Board Member, District 1. Not one of these has responded or even acknowledged the messages. That kind of silence is not only unprofessional, it's unacceptable. We're done being ignored. Silence is no longer an option. We need answers. So,
Thank you.
could I finish my
Thank
statement?
you. No, actually, your time is up, but thank you.
Our next speaker is Ricardo Ruiz.
Good evening, members of the board. I'll carry on where he is with no speech prepared. It's unacceptable. We will no longer be quiet. For the first year of my son's participation in activities at Jordan, their transportation means, the school, sticking to the case in point, the facility that it's providing for baseball practice, unimaginably unacceptable. I won't take much more time if it goes towards the speaking of my son, which probably it wouldn't, but he wasn't coached to form his own speech. It relatively speaks the same on what Jovan just spoke on. It's unacceptable. No student should be able to be allowed to practice in that condition. In fact, during this year's summer school program, because he operates on a 509 program and had to miss several days, that wasn't excused. He was submitted and summoned to summer school, and having to walk back and forth to campus and back to practice in the events where we couldn't hurry up, stop work, and get him to and from, it's just unacceptable. We need some type of on-campus facility or plan of some sort for the future, and it starts now. And it might not happen within the reach of my son's school existing there. He's a current sophomore at Jordan High School, and he'd like to make a note of it himself. You guys will be hearing from him. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ricardo Ruiz Rubio.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Ricardo Ruiz Rubio. I'm a student athlete at Jordan's baseball program. I just wanted to talk a little bit about my team's situation while using the public field at Houghton Park. There is a lot of fights, drug use, and alcohol, as Jovan has mentioned, that goes on there. It sometimes disrupts our practice, and it does concern our safety while practicing there. I understand the time and money that it would take to make a field, but I'm really concerned about the team and all of them, because we're family. We look after one another. And if it's not possible to make a field, we can at least try to make an attempt to relocate somewhere that's safer and away from all of that. That's all. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ivan Gutierrez.
Hello, board members. Ivan Gutierrez here. Just here to speak on the same subject, Long Beach, Jordan's baseball program. Yeah, I mean, Jordan's full of potential, right? I mean, we're part of the Long Beach Unified School District that prides itself on equity and opportunity. But right now, our students who have to play baseball, don't have the same resources, facilities as other schools in the district. Without proper fields, we're losing opportunities for students to develop athletic scholarships and school pride. Right now, our baseball players don't even have a field to call their own. They're forced to practice off campus at public parks, like Jovan mentioned, with exposed, unsafe conditions, including homeless, gang activity, drug use, alcohol use, etc. This is a daily reality for our student athletes, and it's not just inconvenient, it's unsafe. I mean, let's be honest, many of our students come from unserviced communities. In our North Long Beach, sports can be more than a game. There's often a path, higher education, personal growth, and lifelong connections. Providing a baseball field in one way, we can acknowledge the demographics of our school and say, we see you, you matter. Other high schools in the LBUSD district already have fields, and we should too. This is about fairness. It's about giving students the same opportunities and experiences as others. And a baseball field wouldn't just benefit our athletes, it would help bring entire communities together, students, families, and alumni like myself. All relying around something positive. It would build school spirit and give students pride representing Jordan. We know funding is always a challenge, but with the support of LBUSD, local businesses, alumni, and the community partners, this is possible. This isn't just about building a field. It's about an investment for our students and their future. Let's set up Jordan, and let's give our kids a safe and inspiring place to play, grow, and shine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker is Viola May Bledsoe.
Good evening. My name is Viola May Bledsoe. I'm a retiree of Long Beach Unified School District of over 30 years of employment. I am here tonight to first talk about the contracts the district has with TALB and with CSEA. They are a living, breathing document that is enforceable, grievable, and negotiable 365 days a year. They do not take a break for summer, winter break, or any other time. Everything within the four walls of those contracts exist year-round unless otherwise specified in that article. This summer, I had over 15 calls from classified employees that were told that they would not be paid for 4th of July, or they could not either have bereavement or sick time. because it's not covered for summer school. I don't know where this got started, but CSEA has been dealing with this for about 4 years, and every year it gets more and more people being told that they cannot have bereavement, sick time during summer school or holiday pay during summer school. The contract clearly states that if you work, are in paid status, and by the way, paid status is sick time, bereavement time, you get paid for the holiday if you work the day before or the day after in paid status. I'd like to thank Steve for helping me with some of the cases that would still not clarify with these people that they could get paid. Second, I am a Jordan alumni. When I went to Jordan, we had a great baseball team, and I am shocked to find out that for 13 years they have not had a baseball field. I know when the construction first started that there was some issues, and I thought they got handled. I thought they had a baseball field. I am mortified that this district has not given this campus a baseball field. Thank you.
Thank you. And
That's our final speaker.
our final thinker. Thank you, everyone. Next on the agenda, we have reports on superintendent advisory groups, and we'll start with the business, budget, and policy development.
Yep, really quick, Madam Chair. We had originally intended for a cell phone and social media policy to be on today's agenda. It is not, but we will have it on a September agenda for consideration. We were presented a draft at a previous meeting, so for anyone that was interested in that item, it will be on our September meeting agenda.
Thank you. And next, we have instruction and student learning supports. Member Lopez?
Yes, during the 24-25 school year, all elementary teachers and secondary English teachers participated in professional learning about quality designated ELD. For the 25-26 school year, additional job-embedded ELD training will be provided to all elementary teachers and secondary teachers of ELD courses. The district team will also continue to work on refining the English Learner Master Plan based on input from the board and community. More community engagement is planned for this fall, and the EL Master Plan will be brought back to the board for consideration in the coming months. And finally, in the 24-25 school year, 7 schools participated in the school-wide whole cluster model GATE training that supports all teachers at a school to learn and implement high-quality strategies in support of gifted students. For the 25-26 school year, an additional 17 schools will be participating in this whole cluster model training for teachers, and more information is to come.
Thank you. Next, we have workforce development. Member Miller?
Yes, so my report is very brief. It's regarding retirement. So in regards to our work in the Human Resource Services, we discussed the stable trend of retirement and resignations and leaves of absences over the past 3 years. So as we enter 25 and 26 school year, we are just appreciative of retirees who notify us at the earliest point possible on these plans, right? That gives the workforce development team really an opportunity to prepare for that upcoming school year. So all things considered, this will ensure a smooth transition for both students and staff. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. And next, we have our consent calendar. We need a motion.
Move to approve.
Discussion?
I have a few questions. Item 14.7, number 11. The contract with Education Pioneers for $87,500 intended to provide an impact fellow in support of district strategic projects. And if someone can just elaborate on that.
Sure. The Education Pioneers Fellowship Program is an internship for mid-career professionals from a variety of industries who want to work in K-12 education. And so this Impact Fellow will work on some system-wide projects for the district over a 10-month period. One of the projects would be seeking opportunities to maximize Medi-Cal revenue for the school district, so some strategic projects for the school district.
On number 27, if someone can elaborate on the contract with San Diego's County Office of Education. That contract's purpose is to support district employees applying for participation in the Adult and Career Technical Education Designated Subjects Credential Program. So does that mean that those folks that are in CT classrooms that may need a credential, is that what this program is about?
Member Lopez, yes, that is what this program is for, and there's no cost to the district for that, but that supports employees in obtaining their credential.
Thank you. And then number 52, the bid and contract for district cloud software and implementation services. So these contracts for $16 million, for $7,600,000, for $432,000, and that's actually a total of $24,032. This is actually in addition to the proposed purchases of technology goods and services with estimated values of $150,000, $175,000, $250,000, and $200,000. So I guess what I'm asking is if someone can explain the services that will be provided outside of the scope of what the head of technology typically handles, and that would be you.
Sure. So the question, I'm sorry, the question again is about the overall scope of these contracts?
Yes, I mean, it's a lot of millions that
Sure.
we're spending, investing here.
Yeah.
So what are they doing that you or your team aren't able to do?
Yeah, I'm happy to explain that one. So I think the biggest item on the agenda is number 52, and that represents a modernization effort for our business systems. And by the business systems, I mean the district's HR system, its finance system, budget, payroll, purchasing, supply chain management. So today, those are lots of standalone business applications that have been developed in-house over time, and we support them. What's a part of the agenda is really replacing and modernizing those systems with some newer tools. And that's why you see kind of a unique purchase item coming to you today. And so the proposal is to buy a new business software platform. In this case, the platform is Oracle. And that would represent kind of an ongoing investment over time as we subscribe to those software services, and some one-time expenditures around implementing, right? So designing, developing, testing, training individuals on how to use the new platform. That's more of a one-time expenditure that we would cover over the next 3 or 4 years while we cut over from the old legacy systems to the new software system. So that's by far the largest technology purchase on the agenda. There's some other smaller ones that represent just routine modernization and work. For example, I think there's an item on there around replacing the district's firewall, right? This is something that we just do every 3 or 4 years to keep that equipment up to date and to keep our network secure. But if there's any other specific items that are calling your attention that you'd like more detail about, I'm happy to answer those questions.
This is a project that, if I recall correctly, by the time it's done, the entire process of that technological piece, it will result in workforce reduction, right?
No, ma'am.
That's not when this is not part of what we last spoke to in a workshop where you did say that a lot of that work would result in less individuals here in the district?
So this is the project that we have spoken about, I think, on a couple different occasions in a few different workshops. But let me be clear, the business case for this investment, this kind of one-time investment in the business system modernization, is not predicated on headcount or a reduction there too. The business case for this project, and it is a one-time project, is really about the overall resilience of our systems and ensuring that we do have the ability to pay employees, that we have the ability to pay vendors, that we have the ability to provide supplies and goods to our schools and keep them running. We currently have a situation where we have very old technology, right? This is about addressing deferred maintenance in our 30 or 40-year-old systems. So that's really the basis for this, as well as the cost avoidance, because we're currently paying quite a bit of money to sustain and support the old technology. So this is really about modernization. It's about resiliency. It's about deferred maintenance, cost avoidance, in putting us in a position where we can make better data-driven decision around our business operations. It really isn't about a headcount or a reduction or anything like that.
For the
and Mr.
public's interest as well, let me call attention to, in the board materials, I know the board knows this, but for the public, there is also a 3-page memo that describes many of the things that Mr. Kalanick just named, but it talks about the business case for change, some of the aspects of replacement, and the processes that are part of that.
Yeah, I think that I understand that we do need to upgrade the system. I think it's a lot of money that is, the contracts are up there, and I do recall. So I just wanted, when we first started, when you first brought this up, this project, I do specifically remember asking if at the end of the project there would be a workforce reduction, and your answer was yes. So so it sounds like this is not part of that, but I still think it's a lot of money.
Can you tell us what are the pages, now that we have pages in our agendas on the for this memo?
Sure. The memo exists on page 44 through 46, including links to other information that are linked directly in the memo, but it goes through vision and scope, business case for change, the vendor selection process, which is important to this as well, the systems integrator, service provider, the budget, and some other details that I think the public might be interested in knowing.
And Mr. Kalanick, in our business advisory meeting, I believe you mentioned that for us to invest in fixing the system now is like investing in a new roof, that we've been going along just treating leaks. We've been setting out buckets to collect the water when, on the rare occasion in California over here, it rains. But now it's time to get that new roof. And I love that metaphor, and I think that's the way we need to think about it. I believe in the menu it mentions also that the system predates Microsoft Windows, just to put things into perspective.
We're still on green screen technology for the moment.
Jack, let me chime in here. And again, we have the accompanying memo. You've presented at least 2 of our either board workshops or board presentations. Give me 1 or 2 just high-level implications if we don't modernize, if we don't use the approach and the strategy. And again, without getting into the details and the scope of this, I like the analogy as well. Can we talk about how this is going to impact our students, our staff, if we don't modernize, right? And so you talked about deferring, if we defer and we continue to sort of, okay, I'll use them, cover the leaks or plaster the leaks, so give me 1 or 2 big picture system implications if we don't move forward with the modernization.
Sure, and I don't want to make it all doom and gloom, but I think that the scenario that we're working to prevent is some sort of protracted outage or disruption to our business operations. Currently we are able to pay everybody on time and accurately, and all of our vendors, and keep the business and the local economy moving. But these systems are pretty fragile. They don't offer commercial support. And, if something catastrophic were to happen in our environment, we would be looking at, not being able to conduct businesses seamlessly as we would like, and as our employees and as the students in our system deserve. So that's very definitely something that I think about as we put forward a recommendation like this. But also, I think it's important to think about the upside in an investment like this and the potential. And so we do see tremendous potential in streamlining some of our business processes. When I think about when we recruit and hire employees, we know we can speed that up and make that a better experience, and hopefully use that to our advantage to attract and retain the best teachers that we can. When we think about some of our financial planning, again, there's tremendous opportunity for us here to model more sophisticated scenarios about our enrollment or some of the economic variables that we're currently experiencing, and use those to project what should our organization, what will our budget look like in these different scenarios. So there's things like that, I think, that are really exciting and present kind of opportunities. The last one I'll leave you with is, and I know you've asked this question a couple of times, but it really speaks to our ability to make kind of data-driven decisions. And so upon implementing a system like this, I envision us being able to kind of mash up our student data and our business data in ways that are currently unimaginable to us, right? So if you really want to think about adult behaviors and the impact on student outcomes, we're basically creating that type of capability where we will be able to mash up different data sets. There are data analytics tools and things like that that are part of the package that we can then learn our way into and begin to do. So I think there's a whole lot of exciting, future growth and opportunity for us in this platform, as well as, of course, AI, right? And I'll stop there, but there's lots of different use cases for artificial intelligence in a platform like this, so that we can make smarter buys, so that we can, right, be quicker in the memos that we write or the job descriptions that we create. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there, but just in the interest of time, I just wanted to leave you with a few.
Yeah, and Jack, I don't want to delve an additional layer, but I believe the questions that you're referring to that I asked is, at the end of the day for us, moving toward the student outcomes-focused governance, it's, okay, what are the positive impacts this is going to have on the goals that we've set, right, as our priorities, and the right now educational disparities that we have for many of our students. And so to me, one of the ways that I think about it, and I'll reference the example that you gave, is, look, our interactions with vendors and or with subcontracted, in this case, a need that we have is around our most vulnerable students and how we're serving them. In these consent calendars, we often see the phrase, students with exceptional needs, right? We know who that is. This is students with disabilities, right? Where we either cannot fill or cannot get quick turnaround on serving our most underserved students, whether that's through an instructional aid, whether that's through equipment that we need, whether that's through curriculum, whether that's through all of these things that we have as priorities. But if we don't have the systems in place to provide the fastest, most responsive, highest quality for our most underserved students, then we'll be in here spinning wheels around goals and goal monitoring, because if you're going to come back and tell me we couldn't execute this contract or this agreement that needs to get going in 2 weeks when our school year starts, that's what I'm referencing, right? Let's think about this work, and I appreciate the high level response, because that's what I asked, around how does this then impact our ability to monitor, to execute, to implement, to operationalize, to hire and to pay the very staff that get impacted by our adult behavior. So thank you for that, Jack.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. And I look at this and say, gee, this is a lot of money, but it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Can you explain the economics of this?
Sure. So going back to the analogy that I did use earlier today and some of the briefings, I think of it like replacing the roof on your home, right? Let's say you've got a 40-year-old roof on your home, and it's leaking, and it's time to replace the roof. Nobody really wants to spend the money on the roof, but you realize you can continue patching it this summer and try to get through next winter, or you can kick that can down the road, and next year the cost of materials is probably going to be higher and the cost of labor a little bit higher. Ultimately, you're going to end up replacing the roof. In this package, you'll notice there are a couple different line items. There's one, the software itself. I think that's the Oracle line item. So Oracle is the software package that will replace many, many of the applications that we're currently paying for. We probably have 30 or 40 different systems that we are paying for. And let me just say that on this piece, the amount that we're currently paying to support the existing old, outdated, antiquated systems is more than the cost that we will pay for the Oracle software. And we are seeing, and we've negotiated considerable discounts on the price of that Oracle software. The other piece, of course, is the Cherry Road implementation services. And again, to Board Member Lopez's question, that's a one-time expenditure. What it takes for us to basically plan, design, develop, test, and implement and train our users on the new software package. So that's a one-time that gets us to a better place. I think I had previously mentioned in one of the earlier briefings that there is a return on investment with this package, and it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 years. So it's not exactly a rapid return on investment, but over time, and we do anticipate this system being in place for the long term, there would be some savings down the road for the district on a more modern platform.
So it looks like there is the software and the infrastructure that this is going towards. And do you anticipate the program budget to exceed the $42 million?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Miller.
Just really quick, Jack, you already have explained this portion, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood really the importance of us making this transition. I can remember during the presentation us using the example. I mean, you've already talked about the patching of a roof, and I think that that's a good one. I liked the analogy that we used of like trying to cook a dish, but then having to go to different houses and different kitchens to go get parts of the meal to make one dish. And so that's the way that our current system is, where we have all of these different programs and different systems, and it's hard to make this one dish by going to this neighbor's house for butter and then to this neighbor's house for pepper, just so that you can make one meal. When with this Oracle system, it sounds as though we'll be able to have all of the proper ingredients under one big kitchen, and we can make something delicious, right?
That's correct. I think the layer cake was the analogy that I used at that time.
Yeah.
I'm full of them. But yes, to your point, it is an integrated system with one database that cuts across all the different process areas. And so again, you can start to look at things from kind of end to end. And when I think about the future experience for our workforce and the people using this system, it really should improve because they're not going to all these different systems and applications and doing duplicative work. They're in one system, one place to do their work.
Right. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the consent calendar? I would just like to thank our volunteers for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. We have two people who will be joining us for a second term. That would be Osvaldo Avila and Steve Davis. And then for her first term, Magda Armistead. And that's a volunteer position, so I want to thank those people for stepping up to help us out. So if there are no further questions or comments for the consent calendar, I'm going to remind everybody that item number 28 has been pulled. On purchasing and contracts report on page 41, item 55 will include an estimated annual expenditure. On my paper, it says 150,000. Is that the correct figure?
It's 500,000.
500,000. So I'm going to correct this one. So 500,000, that's item 55, page 41. And item 57 will include the estimated annual expenditure to be 200,000. So that is the consent calendar we're going to be voting on, and I'll ask our legal counsel to take a roll call vote.
I vote aye with the exception of number 52 and 14.7.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And next on the agenda, we have a staff report, and that is an update on federal funding for education. Dr. Baker, I'll hand it over to you.
Sure, thank you. This is actually not a presentation, but just information that was requested by the Board of Education about federal resources that exist at this time. This was requested at a time when we were hearing very different or significant potential changes to funding, and so Margaret Lamb put together a set of information for you to review and for our public to understand as we continue to face changes at the federal level and be at risk for shifts in funding. And so if there are questions about the memo, I think Ms. Lamb is here in the audience to address any questions that you'd like to ask.
I have a question for you. So the status of this funding seems to be under threat, that there was part of the funding that was impounded by the federal government. But now they're promising to release these funds. When will we know?
There's not an adopted federal budget yet. It's just based off of continuance. So we're just like, we're operating based off of status quo. A few weeks back, there was some news in the federal government where they were impounding approximately like $10 million for the district. But after a few weeks, they actually released the funding. So right now, we're just almost like on a wait and see status while we're still running the program.
So it's my understanding that we're going to operate under the assumption that that money will be coming to us.
Right now, that's how we're projecting to operate in 25-26. Yes.
Yeah, I think an important layer for us to lift up, President Craighead, is that oftentimes when we talk about, particularly during our budget engagement presentations and process, we get the pyramid, thank you, Ms. Takahashi, that breaks down sort of where we get our funds from. And then if we are talking about an LCAP presentation, we say, well, then that piece of it goes to fund these priorities in the LCAP. And one of the things that, when I've asked the question about potential impacts and implications is, and this gives us a great breakdown of that, we're talking about $42.7 million that we receive for our poor students, right?
Yes.
We're talking about $15.7 million that we receive under IDEA for our students with disabilities. Yes. All right, so when there is a vibe in our communities, and it occurs a lot during budget season, I think it's important to highlight these are the implications of letting go of 1,000 Department of Education staff. These are the implications, and we talked about it at the last meeting, about the Title II, Title III, and Title IV. So when we talk about our English learner master plan, that's the group that gets impacted. All right, so I hope that when our communities see this isn't just, although it is, but it's not just letting us know, hey, here's the federal funds that we get for these things. We should all be on high alert, extra vigilant, extra engaged, because these are our most underserved students, right? So again, the previous comment that I made around, okay, well, who are we talking about here when we talk about goal monitoring tonight? When we talk about student outcomes, when we talk about our 4 priority goals as a district. We are not just talking about funding, we're talking about that this undermines the entire effort that we're doing if any of these funds get reduced, diminished, and in the most extreme example, eliminated. All right? When we're talking about free and reduced meals for the 64-ish% of students that qualify, it's purely an income qualifier. That's the Title I reference here. And I could go on and on. Our child development grants, $37 million. So when we talk about Head Start, Early Head Start, First 5 LA, all of the partners that we're talking around, early care and education, that's the money. All right, so this isn't, I mean, I didn't want to put you in a position for doom and gloom, Jack, but it's so that our communities, our students know that this isn't an imaginary pot of money that the district decides to do this with or that with. These funds go to our most underserved students and to supporting them and to staffing the needs of our most underserved students. Someone asked me on Saturday, it was a CSEA member for Head Start. They were worried, genuinely worried, what's gonna happen with that? Yeah, that's what, when I sit up here and talk about the federal government, that's what we're talking about, right? These are not these gray amalgamists, we don't know what's gonna happen, blah, blah, blah. So I know that staff is not gonna say what I think our board has the ability to say. That's what we're talking about when we talk about budget implications. So when we get that budget engagement presentation, the LCAP presentation, it's a zero-sum game if any of these funds get reduced, any. And our community isn't gonna wonder, well, why can't we use this pot of money? Why can't we use a reserve? All right? No, the moral imperative is our public education system needs funding, particularly for our most underserved. So again, English learners, students in our foster system, our poor students, our students with disabilities, our young learners. That's what this is. So thank you for putting this together. But more importantly, our communities, it's too late when we then get the word of reduced funding or eliminated funding for us to try and be agile and figure it out. There was no question there.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just going to make a comment to that point that we will be starting after school opens. We will be doing a monthly communication about budget issues, including any shifts at the federal level that impact us so that our entire community knows the facts about what we are experiencing. And so more to come on that, but just to make note of really giving factual information to our community that they can activate on as well.
And with regard to that particular issue that Dr. Benitez talked about and Dr. Baker, I'd like to make a more nuanced point, and that is that, and so until 10 days ago, we believed that we would have $10 million less to do the things that we wanted to do because the federal government had told us that that was what was going to happen. And so we spent a lot of time planning about what to do about that and how to do that. But more importantly, the students that Dr. Benitez talked about and their families and people that go to our schools were making decisions about what to do, whether they were going to go to school or whether they were going to go someplace else or whether there were going to be changes in their behaviors. And some of them didn't hear that the monies that we thought were going to go away weren't going to go away, that the federal government, president, had changed his mind and was going to now allow these funds to come to the school district. But their plans had already been made. We also had to reconfigure how we were going to do things, and that has its own cost and its own hardship on the district and the school, the families that attend these schools, and it's ongoing. And so I think it's very important that we support the things that we're want to do, that we're obligated to do, and I'm certainly glad that we got the $10 million that we believed that we were not going to get. Not only believed it, but we were told we were not going to get it. As the school year approaches, we have, I mean, the reason this is nuanced is not just because of that, but because we are paid on the basis of our enrollment. And we are seeing in other school districts, and we can't say in our district because school hasn't started, how many students we're going to have, and therefore how much money we're going to get. And it's not that simple, but it's a point. And it's something that we have to take into consideration as we plan to do what we're obligated to do, which is to educate the students legally, educate the students that are in our district. So it's important to know that.
Mr. Otto, you just, I'm going to share something in the spirit of what you just, the nuance, Mr. Otto. And it's to my colleagues, but it's to all potential policymakers, decision makers. Now is not the time to be quiet. Now is not the time to remain silent so that we don't get unwarranted attention on our district because of this. And it was the nuance that you shared, Mr. Otto. It wasn't as though the federal government of its own volition decided and changed its mind. We're going to give the money that we just told you we were going to take away. It was because communities, legislators, the public put pressure on them. And there are consequences with that pressure. Folks don't get reelected when they're the person that voted for reducing these funds. So it's the opposite of staying quiet here. The government, the federal government, for the money that we're talking about right now, didn't just wake up one morning and say, we're going to cut all this money. And then 3 days later or 4 days later say, we changed our mind. We're going to give you this money. It's the accountability and the public pressure that's necessary. So that's why I keep on saying engagement, volition, right? Because if we don't respond, and that includes, again, our allies and our own legislative processes here locally and at the state level, then these things will happen. We've already seen the indicators of that. So this is not a transactional. We start with the premise that public education is already underfunded to begin with. Already. So when our federal government is saying, well, if you don't do this, we're going to pull this funding. Well, we don't like the way you're doing it. We're going to pull this other funding. It pits one community against another, right? And so this isn't that the government, the federal government specifically, decided, we changed our mind. We're going to give you the money back that we said we were taking away. That's not the way it happened. There was public pressure, political pressure, communities activated, people coming to school board meetings. But that money, we need to hold the federal government accountable. And just like you hold us accountable to our local decision making here, we hold our state legislators accountable to it, and we hold our federal government. Because by the time we get the money, decisions have already been made about it. This money that we're talking about here is specifically for some of our most underserved students.
Very quickly, it's even more nuanced than I was trying to be, and I'm not sure I'm not sure how much difference it made and where the decisions were being made. That people came out. Believe me, it had some effect, but I watch this on a daily basis, and I wonder where the political influence is. I think of the things that are going on in Texas right now, and maybe going to go on in California. Maybe I hope you're right, Dr. Benitez, and we'll see. Right.
Well, that's the reason that this item is on the agenda. That's the reason, is because it needs to be a public discussion. It needs to be us reminding everyone of their responsibility to be engaged and that changes are made because of that. And because public education is under siege, I would even go a step further than what's been said. public education is one of those things under siege. We see it on the news every night, what communities are being targeted, what's happening, and we can't let that happen in our position without standing up and speaking out and letting people know what the facts of the case are. And by providing factual numbers, by providing the facts of, this money was impounded, now it's going to be released, we haven't seen it yet. We need to keep track of that, and we will keep track of that. So again, this is not one of those things that's a one and done deal. We will keep our eye on it, and we do expect everybody to stay engaged and to stay involved because it makes a difference. When I think about learning about government at whatever grade that was, sorry teachers, I forgot what grade, it's been a long time for me, but our government is about the people. We, the people. We are the people. We have to make sure that if there's something that's happening that we see that is wrong, we have to speak up. We have to say something about that. So thank you, everybody. We're going to move on now on the agenda. And that was just an information item, so no action needs to be taken other than to encourage everybody to stay involved and to keep track. But we will move to new business, which brings us to the monitoring report for board goal number 1. So I'm going to ask that we start with a motion on that.
Move to approve.
Second.
And before we get into a discussion, or actually I'll start out the discussion by just kind of reminding us that tonight we're going to be reviewing 2 monitoring reports based on the board's monitoring calendar. And I think it would be good to remind the public about the background associated with our new monitoring reports. The monitoring reports that are presented to us are based on our 4 approved board goals. The board will be asked to take action to accept the monitoring report, and that's what we're doing right now. To be considered effective as a board, each monitoring report must include the following 4 qualities. The goal, that's number 1. Does it clearly show which specific goal or interim goal is being monitored? Number 2, the data. Does it clearly show data for the 3 previous reporting periods, preferably on a line graph? Does it clearly show the current reporting period? Does it clearly show the target reporting periods, annual targets, and deadline target? And number 3, the interpretation. Does it clearly show the superintendent's view via defined set of indicators of system performance relative to the goal? And number 4, the evidence and plan. Does it clearly show supporting documentation that evidences the superintendent's understanding of system performance? If the school system is not at target or the superintendent's understanding of system performance indicates implementation is not on track, does the monitoring report clearly describe systemic root causes, strategic responses, including rationale, and any needed steps? As we continue to develop our governance model, questions that board members have about the monitoring report should be submitted ahead of time, and the focus of our meeting time should include the board discussing the current reality that is presented in the monitoring report, and the board asking strategic questions about the content of the monitoring report to ensure an understanding of the current reality and plan to address that reality. Since this governance model continues to be a learning experience for both the board and staff, I hope that we will maintain that spirit of learning. And I'm going to begin by walking through the 4 components of the monitoring report. And so I'm going to turn our attention to the first monitoring report for Goal 1. And I myself am going to turn to that. And as we look through it, we can ask ourselves if we see the goal, the data, the interpretation, the evidence, and the plan. And I know personally, I'm trying to develop my own system for getting questions in ahead of time. That is something that we've been tasked with. And I'm going to encourage my colleagues to do the same. We have included in our bylaws that we need to have the materials 7 days in advance. And for myself, I'm noticing that I need to get to the monitoring reports first so that I can go over those and then come up with my strategic questions so that I can submit those questions so that staff will have time to address those particular questions. It doesn't mean that those questions will not be answered in public tonight, because they will be. I submitted my questions. I'm going to be asking those questions as we go through the report. But I'm encouraging us all to establish our own individual plans to deal with this monitoring in our own individual ways so that we can submit questions so they can be answered in advance of the meeting. So we will go ahead and start with this, Goal 1. And would anybody like to start with a strategic question? Dr. Benitez?
I have the same strategic question for Board Goal 1 and Board Goal 2. So I'll start with Board Goal 1. We're taking one at a time, right, Madam Chair?
We are.
So given, and it's for the team, but if Dr. Baker maybe want to chime in first. So given that we are not yet seeing the growth to meet the target that we would like to see, Dr. Baker, team, do you feel that we as a district, have the strategies, the data, the resources that we may need to so that we can expect to see the growth? So you could take one of those and think, okay, maybe we do think we have the right strategy, or we may need to rethink the strategy, or hey, maybe we don't have this data that then will help us determine that, or if this is a funding consideration. So sort of big strategic question for number 1, given that we're not seeing the growth toward the target that we'd like to see.
Yeah. So I will kick us off, and in the way that we operate as a team, and the way that either I or one of our team members can talk about actually how we're doing the analysis. I think it was shared in the last board meeting, really getting closer to the work, and those who are involved in training and those who are involved at a really strategic level, supporting the analysis and supporting the what works, what needs more attention, and next steps. And we all own the report that is here. Before I do that, Dr. Benitez, one of the things I wanted to call attention to and credit to our team, who is leading the pack in our student outcome focused governance in their learning cohort, you'll notice a difference between the first 3 monitoring reports that you received and these 2. Under the graph, there are 4, and color-coded, so I will say that indicate the degrees of movement towards the goal. And so from the right, exceeding target, meeting target, developing toward target, and insufficient movement. That is to help us also get more precise in how close we are or how far we are away. So just want to call attention to that. Also to note that for Goal 1 in last month's meeting, we covered 2 of the interims related to this, and so when you read this, you might have been thinking we were already talking about that. Something that I'll say there's a sensitivity to is that things are not going to change from report to report when we're talking about bodies of work, unless we need to make a significant pivot at a point in time. But you should expect, when we're talking about goal 1, where we're seeing progress, part of that is staying the course. So to your question, you asked about, do we think we have the right plan? Yeah. So I will start off by saying what we're seeing is a lot of progress that leads into this board goal. So you may remember on the interims and prior to that, you received information about foundational reading skills in terms of the progress that students were making before they were a part of this goal 1 monitoring. And so we are seeing a lot of progress that we expect. Staying the course will lead into, and with some revisions in mind. So you can see in the what's working, the training, and I think Ms. Lopez spoke to this from her advisory group, really thinking about the increased consistency across all schools and routines, and then what needs more attention. So tier 1, when we refer, for the public, when we refer to tier 1, we're talking about the quality of our core instruction, where students go into a classroom every day, what they're receiving with their core teacher. There's been a lot of professional development with that, and then you can see some specific next steps. There's coaching provided. So our board has made an investment in having additional staff in the early years in schools, in literacy teachers, in instruction and intervention coaches, in ELD training and support. And so getting more precise and more at a very specific intentional level of coaching and what we're expecting of teachers is a next step. And you named that in your advisory group report as well. So to answer the question, I'll say there's never enough money for the challenges that we face, including the federal investments. And we're going to be faced with overall reductions because of enrollment and all of that. And I believe that our team stands for a quality implementation of core program, including some significant shifts in the science, what we call the science of reading, which are scientifically based ways of teaching reading, and a transition that we're in.
I have a question, kind of along the lines. So there was no progress from last year to this year, but is it realistic to expect an 11% increase in student performance next year in order to be on track?
It is aspirational and realistic, and that's what we are aiming for. Yeah, and I think this goes back to something that maybe Mr. Moskowitz shared about when we think about progress, there's this idea of sometimes the line is a straight up line. When we think about the goals and guardrails and the goals and the way that they are informing the system and getting fewer goals, going deeper, oftentimes we see what was referred to as a hockey stick progress model, which is you're getting things in place that you see early results in our foundational reading skills results that become a hockey stick. And so actually the question that you're asking describes what that will look like if we continue to aim for the goal that has been set for us.
Can you share which subgroups demonstrated growth? And because I think it's important that the different student populations and their performance just help us guide our work with them.
Yeah, so it's not part of the monitoring report. We are working on some additional supplements for you all to have that we can post to the board website with some additional reports of data, but it's not a part of this grade level breakdown or subgroup breakdown.
I know, and I asked the same question last time because I asked for the data on the subgroups, but I just think it's important that we know where different student populations are performing in order for us to have targeted supports where needed. But I understand, and I was informed of that last time, and I just think it's important.
Yeah, well, we can provide some, and in my end of year evaluation materials, some of the subgroup data has been given to you today, so you haven't had a chance to look at it. That will also be posted to my website, so anyone that's interested in that set of data can look there. But we are working on some additional data that you can have access to. Team, would you like to add anything?
One thing I'll add, just as it relates to it, and I appreciate the question around, do we think we can achieve the 59% next year for 48% this year? What's important, and I think it's been kind of referenced when we think about students, the students that are represented in June 2025 are our current, they were our third graders last year. The students that we'll be monitoring for June 2026 are we're last in second grade. It's a different group of students. And we have actually seen some pretty significant results and increases in results when we think about foundational reading skills in our second graders this last year. So will we get to 59%? That's our goal. Will we get higher than 48%? We feel very confident that will be true because we have significantly more second graders that are being prepared through the training that teachers have received to be better at decoding, to be better at reading. And so I think it's just important to remember that it's a different cohort of students, not to just say, can these kids grow by 11%? Because it's not the same students. It's a different cohort, and we are confident that we'll see gains in that cohort.
I'll just add and just share that one of the questions that I appreciated was the first question of, do we believe that we have the right strategy? And what data are we looking at? And the thing that I want to lift up is as we take a look at Board Goal 1 and looking at how third grade students are performing on our Smarter Balance state exams, Smarter Balance really at the third grade level is looking at how students are making inferences, how they're analyzing text structures, how they are using textual evidence, and how they're integrating information across a variety of sources. One of the things that we know is that fluent readers spend less cognitive energy decoding words, which allows them to really focus on deeper comprehension. And when we think of our strategy and when we think of those interim goals, how are our students performing on our foundational reading? How are our students performing on fluency that we reported on last time? What does fluency look like in third grade, in fourth grade, in fifth grade? Those are the right things to be focused on, and those are the things that we're focused on, both in the Getting Reading Right training that our third through fifth grade teachers are participating in this week, that are helping to build those skills. And we know that there is a direct correlation between fluency and our state assessments. So do we believe that we have the right strategy? Absolutely. Do we believe that, as was explained, we are going to see that hockey stick beginning to emerge? Absolutely. And so we appreciate the question and the opportunity to share more with our community about what we're up to.
Member Miller.
So my comments are really around the term the hockey stick, right? Because I brought this up even at our last board meeting, is that I'm human just like the next person, and we've grown up in a society that has fast results, quick expectations. I joke with my mother often about her generation didn't even have a microwave. You know, if you wanted to heat something up, you put aluminum foil and you put it in the oven and it'll take 4 to 5 minutes. I'm like, nah, I'm putting that sucker in the microwave. It's going to take 30 seconds, right? And so there's a certain part of us that almost has an expectation when it comes to our transition into student outcome focused governance and starting some early stages of this system to expect to see some not instant, but quicker results. And so I understand the fact that we're implementing infrastructure. That's really what we're talking about, right? When we're talking about these early stages reading skills. And so we're instituting infrastructure that will have an accelerated approach towards improving these young people's reading skills. But I'd be remiss if I recognize everyone's almost like internal feeling of wanting to see quicker and faster results. I think that's only natural, but I'm appreciative of hearing some of the subject matter experts refer to the transition that we've made as a district and how we approach reading. I appreciate the additional professional development opportunities we've put in place for our staff. And I, too, am hopeful that we will see the large transitions that we expect. So I will continue. I'm just full transparency. I'd be lying if I didn't say that if I'm not just slightly disappointed. But I understand that this is part of the process, and so I too am hopeful and looking at future years and seeing these hopes that we've had when we put these board goals together come to fruition. And so, jokingly serious, these kids that we're talking about, my daughter, right? My daughter's one of these numbers, right? And so, I obviously only want what's best to her, but I only want what's best for all of our students. And so, as I know that there's a lot of work that's been done behind the scenes, I just applaud everybody for where we are. And I too, like I'm asking everyone else who looks at these numbers, be patient as there is good days ahead. And I'm confident that that's what to expect.
Board Member Benitez and Board Member Miller, yes, as Dr. Baker has stated, we do need to stay the course. We have invested significant amount of professional development opportunities for our teachers in grades K through 2 who are building on that foundation that is supporting our students to be able to be ready to take those standard-based assessments for SBAC. And to be able to do that, they have to have those foundational skills. Beside the additional training that we have provided all of our teachers, we are supporting our K through teachers through job-embedded training opportunities. And what does that mean, and what does that we have our instructional intervention coordinators, and we have our elementary leads. And both of those two out-of-classroom support individuals provide direct coaching to teachers individually and also to the instructional teams, and providing feedback on the implementation of the training of the science of reading, what we call getting reading right, and making sure that those foundational routines and practices are being embedded into students so that they will be able to connect all of the pieces for the literacy of reading. So I wanted you to know that, yes, we do have to stay the course, but some of the supports that are being provided through the additional funding federally is with those intervention coordinators and also our elementary leads who are providing that specific training that allows for more supervision of the implementation and fidelity.
Yeah. One of the things that Mr. Moskovitz brought up earlier, which I think is also an important thing to note as we look at June 2024, June 2025, technically the cohort that determines that if we have or have not been successful in this board goal is the cohort of June 2028, which are kindergartners. They are right now receiving all of the foundational support that we've put in place. And so to the reports that we receive for the classes of June 2025 and what we'll receive for June 2026 and June 2027, they will be support documentation to if the work that we're doing is effective. But essentially what we're really focusing on is looking at this class, these kinders that have just come into our system and the services that they'll be receiving, while also obviously wanting to support those earlier classes as well. And so that's the part that keeps me obviously hopeful. And I know that the part that's really cool is that I've seen and heard and honestly got to participate in a lot of the infrastructure that's been put in place. So.
And by the way, that class of kindergartners, 76% of them met exceeded on the foundational reading skills assessment in June 2025.
There we go.
You know, I think building back on it, Dr. Baker, you were just looking at the interim goals. You know, we're all learning. We're all learning. Weekly, I'm in conversations with our coach from the Council of Great City Schools, Dr. Madrigal, Ms. Lalani and I are twice a month in cohort training around understanding this better. And one of the things I have to keep reminding myself is that while we're looking at board goal 1 right here, what we really know is that if we achieve the interim goals, which we have intentionally identified metrics that we think are most highly correlated to the goal itself, if we achieve our interim goals, then we will likely achieve the goal itself. A couple of the interim goals, and specifically 1B, you heard Mr. Zaid reference the fluency component. We actually just developed interim goal 1B around fluency a month and a half ago. And our schools didn't even know that was a goal because we just developed it a month and a half ago. So now with this school year coming up, next week, Mr. Zaid and others are going to be in front of principals, and we're going to be talking about these goals as the forefront of our work. And so teachers will know that fluency is important, that foundational skills are important, that the iReady assessment is important. And if we focus on those through the SOFG approach, if we focus on those three things with our first graders next year, who are the target for the 2028 goal, and in second grade, and in third grade, and that we achieve those interim measures, that we will likely then achieve the goal itself. So sometimes we can look at just a data metric and say we are not moving. And it's true, we're not. But we are also building the infrastructure that has been said. We're identifying the metrics that are most closely correlated. We're investing in the training that will support teachers to support students. And so that is where we have the confidence internally that we are on the right track, even if a report like this doesn't necessarily show it in the data for this current set of third graders.
So thank you, Brian. And I want to go back to something, I think it was shared twice in two different ways. We're talking about accountability here at the end of the day. How do we hold ourselves accountable to what we prioritize? And our priorities must uphold and reflect what our community's priorities are. And so our community, since me serving on this board, has prioritized we have to do better by our students that have been either whatever we call it, underperforming, by these disparate educational outcomes, being underserved. That's who we're prioritizing, right? And these four goals, our board said, here's our way to uplift, that these are the students that we're trying to do right by. I think the trust element for me is, and that's why to me it's like, okay, we're feeling our way into learning how to, on the one hand for us, community, how are they going to trust us to be accountable to what they've said are their priorities? Well, we have to develop ways to then show, look, I got elected to improve student outcomes for these communities. And then from us to you all, it's the trust that you all are the experts, know what you're doing, to trust that. That's why my question is, do you all think you have what you need to, because we're going to hold you accountable, and you're showing us we're not there yet. All right. There's an additional, as was being shared here, there's an additional element of trust, I think, from me, is that you mentioned it, but we've talked about it. The trust of that I'm not gonna get one of these I got you moments to you all when we are not seeing in one report what we'd all like to see, right? There's that factor too, right? That my questions are, I have to be strategic and tactful, and I'm not out to get, Brian, it's your fault that we're not meeting these, right? It's a system and different levels. So here's what I would say. When I asked the question on whether it was the right strategy or we have the right data or the funding and resources, I love that Dr. Baker referenced, well, we don't have the funding to pay for everything. And we started off with the premise of our system is underfunded, egregiously underfunded. And then professional development and training costs money, right? We need resources for that. So if we know that one of the strategies that we trust will get us to the promised land requires, and I'm not even talking about the effort and the volition that's necessary to move our system, but there's funding that's involved here. I think this is a good point to highlight. That's why we have these board goals and guardrails, because we have set them up so that when it's time to make tough decisions, Dr. Baker, that the value that we want to uphold is to be equitable in our decision making. These are the goals that we prioritize, which means we're not going to be able to fund everything. So that when there are cuts, that's why we showed $139 million of our money that we get federally. That's who it impacts, right? So that's a trust thing for me. And so the honesty here is there may or will be a time where we say, we're going to have to shift funds to make sure that we do right. by these students. Or at the very least, when we cut funds, here are our unequivocal, we're not going to cut this. I think that's the trust, right, with the board, that we're not going to be on an ongoing basis forever, unlimited, say we're funding everything equally. That's I think the accountability part to me. So I encourage our staff, if and when it's appropriate, to help me with that trust issue, so that if and when we know, well, you know what, it's because we need this and that requires funds, well, that's what we're here for, right? Because these decisions are, not going to be easy, but we still have these things to hold ourselves accountable. So I appreciate, like, there's professional development involved. This strategy is linked to X, Y, and Z. And at the end of the day, we have not just asked our superintendent, we're going to hold our superintendent accountable, that when the difficult decisions around equitable decision-making needs to be had, that one guardrail, she's got to check in with our stakeholders on that no major decision will be made without checking in through a community engagement lens, which we're getting to that part in our agenda. But two, that we've not just asked her, we're holding her accountable to make sure that we deliver on these goals. All right, and that's where I think, to me, that level of trust then will help us lean into and learn from. So I checked off the boxes. The board monitoring goal, board goal number 1 for monitoring checks off the 4 boxes. To me, it's having a better and greater and deeper understanding of, do you all think that you have what you need to get to the question of, hey, are we real? That, the hockey stick, 11% is super ambitious, right? But we also need to hear when either we don't know and be able to trust each other to be like, we're not going to do a 1 year 23% increase. It's just not going to happen. So thank you for that.
Something that feels important to share about that, and I think Brian shared a little bit about this, but the focus that the board has established is also the opportunity to cascade that focus from the boardroom to every classroom. And I say that because these goals are not achievable without every teacher in their classrooms thinking about, if I'm a K-2 teacher, what am I accountable for? And if I'm a principal, what am I accountable for? How am I supporting, and how am I either holding myself accountable or holding a team accountable? So we only achieve our goals when the interims are achieved. In service to that, the research office, along with Mr. Zaid and Mr. Samuels and their teams, will be presenting a way to look at data now with a more focused and refined lens connected to the board goals. And so credit to them. They're not here to get the credit tonight, but we'll give it to them. That reporting, they have developed targets for each school to be looking at by subgroup, by other groups, so that schools and teachers, principals and teachers and support teachers are together now using whichever of the 4 goals, not all of them. If you're a secondary school, you're not looking at early literacy, but you now have opportunities to look at data differently, cascaded from the boardroom to the school and to the classroom, which is a very different way of thinking about our accountability systems than we have been able to do in the past.
And I'd like to bring the conversation back around to asking strategic questions, because that's part of being, that's part of our responsibility to be effectively monitoring the report. So,
well, I do have a question. In next steps, there's going to be a plan to support the quality of designated ELD instruction across school sites. And if someone can clarify how this will be different to what is currently in place.
Mr. Zaid, I'm wondering if, I know you and Mr. Samuels both are planning for the return of principals next week. If you could maybe speak to the 2 key levers that you're planning to focus on that I think address really all of our board goals, depending on which level, but I think those 2 levers would actually support what Ms. Lopez just asked.
So the 2 key levers that we are focused on is coaching, feedback, and supervision. And then the second lever is data and progress monitoring. And in the coaching, feedback, and supervision, it means prioritizing and being in classrooms and working hand in hand with our teachers, with our intervention coordinators who are also modeling and planning lessons, specifically in regards to our literacy instruction and in regards to both designated and integrated ELD, making sure that we're going over the vocabulary and seeing it in our schedules in our classrooms to make sure that that is something that is happening, and giving coaching and feedback around the quality of it. So those are the two key levers that we're focused on, and how those will play out in the classroom. Data and progress monitoring. So the first key lever is coaching, feedback, and supervision. And the second one is data and progress monitoring. So you're using the data, both qualitative and quantitative, to then give feedback.
And I have a question about ensuring that we have more of a consistent implementation of teaching practices. And is there a plan, or what is the plan to have more consistency in that area?
Tapping into what Mr. Zaid shared as it relates to the two levers that are moving forward for our focus for our principals and our administrative teams, which is data and progress monitoring and supervision of instruction. Specifically related to supervision and instruction, we have a QCI look for tool. So our teachers over the last 2 years have been engaged in quality core instruction, professional development face-to-face, and to support implementation and fidelity and staying the course, we have a look for document that allows for our principals and our administrative teams to walk classrooms and provide feedback associated with what we are expecting to see connected to the instruction. So now how is that different? The different is around the supervision cycle and having a specific calendar for all schools and being held accountable to that.
And so this form will be provided to all the principals, and will the principals be sharing that information with the teachers, or that's just a tool as a principal supervising the teachers, or what's happening in the classrooms?
It's twofold. So the principals already have been implementing the Look For tool over the past year. We are doing some revisions and refinements around that, but the tool has already been a part of training and calibration for our administrators in our TK-12 principal meetings. And so yes, the tool is not new. We are just continuing to use it so that we can calibrate to ensure that we're all saying effective is effective and being able to provide that feedback to our teams, so that our teachers will have an analysis, and using that analysis then to provide for next steps. So yes, the teachers do receive feedback, but in a holistic approach for that particular site.
And the tool itself is what's used as an anchor in the teacher training. So it's not a secret what a principal or an assistant principal is going in to give feedback. It's aligning what teachers are being trained on, and then administrators are receiving a similar training so that there's consistency in what they understand should be implemented in getting reading right training, for example, and then the tool just represents that, taking what teachers are learning and what principals are responsible for giving feedback on into one system.
And so do we know, or can we tell if this is one of the strategies that's helping towards progress as far as maybe the interims are concerned, or not quite this goal yet?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's a good question. I'm going to go a little one step deeper. So we're going to geek out now. We're going to get real educational. You ready? So when we talk about thinking about supervising instruction, there's really two things that we look at. We talk about the pedagogy of instruction, so the practices that teachers implement, and then there's the content specific to that grade level, or English and math and science and so forth. And so last year, again, I appreciate that thinking around slightly do different. Last year, the look-fors that our principals were engaged in were around these broad pedagogical practices that we call quality core instruction. Things like clear learning intentions, engagement with students, looking at success criteria to make sure students were learning. But they were very similar across our entire system. So that's the pedagogy we were looking for. This year, in support of OCIPD, with the elementary office, we're actually having our principals start looking for more specific content and pedagogy combined. So as the teachers were going through training around getting reading right, there are some very specific practices that they should be engaged in that support early literacy, that support middle grades math, that support high school English that shows up in Board Goal 4. And so now what we're layering in is that when our principals are going in classrooms, they're looking for the broad pedagogy of clear learning intention and engagement, but they're also layering in specific content about what are the routines that a teacher should implement specific to first grade reading or fourth grade mathematics. And so the data collection and the feedback are on both the correlation, kind of the crossover of those two areas, the pedagogy and the content. And so the slightly do different is now the observation and the feedback are not just about, hey, teacher, you're doing a great job engaging students, but more specific, you're doing a great job engaging students in the area of phonics instruction, in the area of mathematics tasks that may be part of the lesson for math. And so that's, again, just layering in, giving our principals more tools, not as a gotcha to teachers, because all of the content that we're looking for and all the pedagogy we're looking for is what teachers have been trained in. So just one more layer deeper into what it looks like to observe instruction.
And that was going to be my next question. How are the teachers made aware of their expectations, or this move towards the more looking at both content and pedagogy? So you answered that question for me, but I think it's important for us to see the cascading effect of there's a change being made, but everybody's aware of it, and we're providing that professional development piece so that our teachers can make those adjustments, improvements, changes, whatever it is, in their classroom, and that there's support for the teachers with the principals, and then the principals are supported with their principal supervisors. So it's good to know that, that system is in place. We've heard a lot about what strategies are working, or even if we haven't seen the numbers show up in this particular slide, but we expect improvement. I imagine next year when we look at this, once we have data. But can we, or have we identified strategies that haven't worked? Maybe.
Diana, can I ask one just follow-up question to the how we're supporting teachers, as folks get a chance to think about that? So I'm also curious, like, what's the word on the street from teachers? I'll play the role of a 15-year, 20-year teacher in the district. Like, here goes the district again. They're going to give us these trainings. We're changing the goalpost. I've been teaching for 15 years. It gives the appearance, I know it's not that, as like the district's now making me do all these things. My principal's now looking for these things. I'm expected to do these new things because this board just passed these things. What is the word on the street on one, like these processes that you're all describing? But I'm also interested and I'm looking at Jerry here in the back. The vibe from teachers that I have the privilege of interacting with is that, right? Like, I've been teaching for 15 years, and I'll highlight it this way. The best board presentations that we've had here are when students and or teachers are here telling us, and oftentimes I see you all making a concerted effort to lift up best practices that teachers have themselves created, innovated, designed, and they're looking like, hey, we could be doing this in other classrooms. So just curious on what's the word on the street of how this dynamic on these all new expectations for teachers that are pedagogically sound and are content experts, how that's being sort of received and conversed.
We'll go first.
Right. So I appreciate the question in regards to what is the word on the street. I'm going to try to answer both questions with one answer. One, I do want you to know that we do have structures for what's the word on the street. And so we have a teacher council where we meet with representatives from all of our schools to talk about the curriculum, what's coming up for you, what are some concerns, how do we bring in our different departments so that we're able to engage. So I do want you to know that we have structures to get the word on the street. But I want to address what do we know hasn't worked? So one of the things that I really appreciate in our partnership and in collaboration is the opportunity to talk about what we know about what doesn't work. And one of the things that we know that doesn't work is if I go to a training and hear about it, discuss it, see it on a PowerPoint, and then I'm expected to go back and implement it. That we know doesn't work as well, and that's what was characterized as kind of surface learning. I'm having an opportunity to hear it for the first time, right? I have a knowledge of it. I'm working on the comprehension of it, but that doesn't necessarily equate to I can now go apply this immediately. So what I appreciate is those what are called deeper learning opportunities. And that's where collaboration, teacher collaboration, that's where we know that that really works. So having structures where individuals can co-plan with me, model in my classroom, where I get released to go and watch another teacher teach a lesson and then come back. And so I want to just share a particular strategy when we talk about like what are teachers up to. And one of those things that are happening at our sites is called site lesson studies. And that's a part of a deeper learning. And that's where teachers come together and collaborate. Hey, we all have this unit in third grade. Let's co-plan it together. Let's all go deliver it. And then let's look with the lens of what is the impact that it's having on students and what's the impact that it's having on performance and outcomes. What did we learn and what can we do differently as we plan our next lesson? So in the ways in which we're really lifting up collaboration in grade levels, doing lesson studies, a variety of what are considered deeper learning opportunities for teachers to collaborate with each other. So now I'm not just getting the training, I get to practice, right? And I get to grow in my own learning. So that's something that I would say, what's the word on the street? We need time to collaborate, to really understand what this looks like, and the space to really try it out with each other, taking the best of practices within our grade level. And that's also some, I would say, new learning for us. So hopefully I was able to be in the ballpark of both of your questions.
And it also gets to why things just don't happen fast, right? Because if we were just forcing folks to do X, Y, and Z, we'd run into those issues, right? Yeah.
Another example, so when we talk about retraining all K-2 teachers, of course, many of those teachers, especially experienced teachers, have history of effectiveness at an individual classroom level. And we had to sunset a number of literacy programs that existed in the district to move into Getting Reading Right, which is based on the science of reading. And while I won't name the programs, when we think about equity across schools and across systems, it isn't about a single teacher who can outperform the statistics. This is about building collective efficacy across a district. So no matter where your student goes, and whether he or she is an English learner or a poor student, they can expect to get a quality core curriculum and pedagogy to go with it across the entire system. And so it's not creating robots, it's taking what we know works with students, creating that toolkit in every teacher, and then, as Mr. Zaid talked about, the impact of teachers working together. So in the example of a lesson study or grade level teams working together is a really important factor to how we see results change for students.
Mr. Arnaud?
Okay. First of all, I with Dr. Benitez, I will stipulate that we are underfunded in education. However, it's not about money. I read a study recently that talked about the system in the United States that is the best funded is New York, and they have lousy results, and they've had really lousy results for quite some time. And so it's not just about throwing money at things; it's how you do it, and it's how, and that's the things that we're talking about now. First point that was made in this discussion was that the results that we're seeing are not, the progress is not linear. We can't say we're going to move this up 20 points in 5 years, and next year we'll increase it by 4 points, and then it'll be 8, and then it'll be 12, and then it'll be 16. It just doesn't work that way. This is just a time to do what we're doing, which is to reflect on what's going on, to identify what's happening, and then talk about that and agree upon it, judge it, and then to make adjustments. It's sort of elegant the way that it's come around, because it's what, Juan, you mentioned early. It's really about trust, and it's about the development of trust among teachers, among people in the school district, and then it's identifying what those conversations are, and the question is how to do that. And we're doing it. I'm very non-judgmental right now about what this is, and I'm not going to say wake me up in 5 years and we'll see what the results are then, because it's the way that it's done now. The thing that I think makes the Long Beach Unified School District so attractive to other places is that we try and, as Brian said, go deep and figure out what's really going on, and how do you address that, and then how do you find out whether what you're doing is successful. And that's all based on the trust that is developed among people, administrators, teachers, students, families in the community, because what we're trying to accomplish here is a real complicated soup. But it's the task that we've laid out for ourselves. We said goals, data, interpretation, and then evidence and plan. And I think that's the path that we're on, and I feel very comfortable in the doing of that. And every time I come to one of these meetings or talk to one of the administrators, I learn new things. And it's not like, oh, we've held that one back from you. It's that it's evolving, and it's that involvement and that engagement of everybody that's involved in these decision makings that makes it potentially successful, but meaningful on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the 4 components to this monitoring report, because it's time to vote on it. I feel like we've exhausted our questions. So the motion on the floor is to accept the monitoring report on Goal 1. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. And next we will take a look at, the monitoring report for Goal 2. Again, we'll start with a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
and we'll go to a discussion. And I'll just remind everybody that we need to be asking strategic questions. So I think we've discussed theories and other things, but let's let's try and be effective monitoring report question askers. Who would like to start?
I'll start. The analysis indicates that students did not routinely receive differentiated support, which for me is concerning. Differentiated instruction should be an expectation in every classroom. And moving forward, how are we going to ensure that differentiated instruction is a supported practice in every classroom?
Mr. Samuels, do you want to talk about that line of the analysis, or do you want to do more, add strategic questions and talk about it more holistically? So you're asking, I guess what you're asking is, what's behind students were not meeting standards, did not routinely receive differentiated supports? What was the discovery?
We know that to meet the needs of all students, you need to differentiate instruction in the classroom, right? So, so what are we going to do to ensure that teachers are supported with these practices in classrooms?
Well, I would just piggyback on what Mr. Zaid pointed out. As we think about our levers that we're focusing on this year, we're being very intentional about our expectations of our administrators. So when they go into classrooms, they're also going to be intentional about what they're looking for in classrooms. When we talk about what they have received in their training, with the QCI training, and even some of the site training, principals are going to really pay close attention to some of these areas of concern. Next week, when we bring our principals back for our opening meeting, as was stated earlier, we're going to spend a lot of time introducing them to our board goals and reintroducing them, I should say, to our board goals and our interim goals and our guardrails. And we're going to talk about what is mine to do, or what is ours to do as administrators, so that we can ensure that every action that we engage in is directly focused on the attainment of those goals. And so we're going to start working with our principals to start talking about what are some things that we need to shed, that we need to deprioritize, so that we can prioritize the actions that will be necessary for us to attain our goals. And so we will share some of this information with them. And then, as I stated, we will also be talking about that intentional coaching support that will be provided by principals, feedback, visiting classrooms, et cetera, to ensure that everything that we're looking for as regards to instruction will be there. If not, then we'll provide those supports to our teachers.
I'll add one more piece related to this bullet when this was being developed. So that bullet is very specific to this board goal 2. Board goal 2 talks about students in grades 4 through 8 who are not meeting standards in English on ELA SBAC. So one of the ways we do provide differentiated support in middle school for students who are not meeting standards is to place them in the College Career Readiness course, CCR, as you'll see here on a second bullet. We also have another intervention course in middle school called Math Development. Math Development is a course for students who are not meeting standards or struggling in mathematics. And the way we have our master schedule, students have only one elective outside of their core classes. And so if a student is not meeting standards in both language arts and mathematics, now the school has to make, the counselor, the team has to make a decision, which intervention course are they going to receive? And you know that this year, we've had the accelerated math courses. And so for students who were not achieving in mathematics, in many cases, they were also not achieving in reading. And the decision was made to put them into the math development course to get them onto that accelerated path towards algebra. So what this talks about is, it's not broadly, they're not receiving any differentiated support at all. But many of the students who were not meeting in language arts did not receive the CCR course, which is a differentiated support, because they were in the math development course. And so what we need to think about is, in those situations where students are needing a math development course, What will we do differently for those students since they won't necessarily be able to be in the CCR course? So what would differentiated supports look like? That could include things like maybe an after-school tutoring or something that does happen during the regular Tier 1 instruction in English. But that's really where that bullet's coming from, that because of the structure of a schedule and the courses that students have to receive as part of their core, and the fact that they can only receive one elective, if they're struggling in both mathematics and reading, they're often placed in one or the other and not able then to receive that second course. And that's really where partially where that bullet came from.
And we do believe that part of quality core instruction is what you're noting, that in the quality core classroom at Tier 1, that there should be opportunities for students in small groups and to have a teacher that supports even some of them at an individual level. And so it's something that I think in the training is part of when we think about quality English language development. It is part of what we expect to happen in a classroom as well. So definitely more work to do in that area.
Brian, so you said that we're faced with a choice or the option of, let's say they're underperforming in both ELA and math. What was the consideration, or what are the considerations for the CCR course? And again, because they can't enroll in two courses, how are we thinking through that?
Yeah, when it comes to the CCR course, if students have a choice, or I shouldn't say a choice, but if there's a need for both support in either math and CCR, because we have many of our students hyper accelerated, many sites felt that there was a need to provide them support there so that they can try to help them keep up as much as possible. But generally, when we look at CCR, we're looking at those students who are not meeting the standard for language arts. And so this is an opportunity to provide them that extra support so that they can meet. And we're working with our sites to really be a little bit more focused and targeted when they're selecting students for that course. Because generally you may have one or two courses per grade level, and we try our best to keep those courses, up to 25 to 30. We don't want to pack them out so that those students can really get the amount of support that they need. But then it tends to lead to a problem if by chance we have maybe 10 or more than that we have spots for. And so sites have to be a little strategic in trying to ascertain whether or not we're going to provide them support in another way, or do we provide them that support in that particular course. And so we tend to find that sites try to work on a case-by-case basis, but they also are really strategic in where they believe is going to best support that particular child. And especially in those cases where they're either can go into the math support or the ELA support. And so they're really trying to be strategic in that.
And are we using any additional data? Do we have data that supports better for this kind of student to be in the CCR course? Or again, I'm just trying to what we have with the data, and that's why I love these board goals, because they're over time as well, is and not jumping ahead because we're only looking at board goal 1 and 2, but board goal 3 is math. Right? Just kind of wondering then with the data piece, how are we thinking, or what data are we using ultimately to, I'll say it, justify what you just described, Ed?
Mm-hmm. We're definitely looking at the iReady data and the SBAC data. This year, we're going to work with our sites because we now have quarterly assessments, common assessments. And so when we triangulate that data, we're going to learn our way into how to do a better job with that this year. Our sites are going to have the opportunity every quarter to narrow in on that data. And actually, we're going to be able to do it system-wide, which is what we're really excited about, because there's going to be a common window for every course, and we all are going to be able to have a moment in time where we stop, pause, look at data, starting with us, down to our principals, down to the sites. And then as we work together, we're going to really work better at trying to figure out how do we triangulate this data. Because right now, we've been using SBAC and iReady for the most part, but now with those common assessments, we're trying to fold those in as well.
And that's a really important point. I want to underscore what Mr. Samuels just said, because we were probably, there have probably been times in our history where we've been guilty of putting too much emphasis on one assessment. And you've heard us talk before about moving to more multiple measures, whether it was for considering retention, promotion retention, considering even our interim goals that we've established. We're really thinking about multiple measures. And so I'll say what I said in Board Goal 1. This is a lagging indicator. What Board Goal 2 says, we get that data in June or July, and we look back and say, did it work? The interim goals that we've set, interim goal 2A, 2B, 2C, the intention is that we're going to be gathering data along the way and asking ourselves, is this working in October? Is this working in January? Is this working in March? Not waiting till June. And it gives us 3 or 4 different types of metrics: SBAC, iReady, fluency, common assessments, 4 different assessments that we can say, is this working? And if it isn't, then what do we need to do differently for our students? But that is really critical, what Mr. Samuels just said, that we're do different. This quarterly setup, quarterly progress monitoring, quarterly common assessments, district-wide, us all really kind of pausing and saying, where are our students? Is the work that we're doing, are these adult inputs having the impact that we want? Are the outputs what we think they should be on the path towards the outcomes that are part of the goals themselves? But that multiple measures is going to be really critical to us looking more intentionally at how students are doing.
And kind of to piggyback on what you were saying about having multiple assessments to show us where we're at with the data. I'm imagining maybe some parents or teachers would be nervous in hearing there's going to, or maybe in thinking there will be more assessments in addition to what's being done now. So would you like to address that part?
Yeah, so if you look at, for goal 2, the iReady has been given, that's not changing. 2B is around fluency in 4th and 5th grade. Most of our teachers were already administering the fluency assessment. We are looking for more consistent administration so that we can look across our system. But that has already been an assessment that's been in our system. The quarterly assessments around for interim goal 2C, we have always had common assessments, unit assessments that are generally created by our Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development, administered. This is just being, we're rather than it being units that are kind of at different times in the year for different grade levels, these common assessments will be given at certain set points in the year. So it's not more assessments, it's just a different timing, so that we so that principals and teachers can really look in a strategic points in time and say across all of these assessments, iReady, fluency, for this goal, iReady, fluency, common assessments, all around early October or early November, are we making the progress that we expect? So it's not more assessments, it's just more strategic use of the assessments that we already are administering.
Thank you for putting a finer point on that one. Yeah. Do we have more questions about goal 2? In which case, it's time for a vote to accept the monitoring report for goal 2. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Yeah, let's take a little break, and if we can just be real quick and reconvene at 7:45. Is that the correct time?
Can we all agree that Wayne can't take a
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We've had our brief break, but it's time to resume. And so we are going to welcome back Mr. Wayne Strumpfer, who has been with us through this bylaw process. I believe we started last October.
We actually kind of started a couple years ago with the basic bylaws, right when I started 3+ years ago. But yes, this project
This part of it.
was I think it was in October, with the two of you in the policy group. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So tonight on the agenda is the 18th bylaw that we will be looking at for this cycle, if you will. And this is bylaw 9016. So we will have you introduce that.
Thank you, and I will say good evening, President Craighead and esteemed board members and executive staff. This evening caps the board's bylaw project, and during the past 9 months, I want to point out AJ Craybill and Greg Klein in helping us through this as well. But we've worked with you individually and collectively to help the board update and create bylaws that provide written policy for you to follow. These bylaws lay out procedures on issues such as role of the board, disclosure of confidential information, agenda planning, board committees, conflicts of interest, and the roles of the president and the vice president. The goals of these bylaws is for the board to be more transparent with the public, clarify roles between the board, board members, and staff, and to provide written procedures for the board to follow in specific situations. These bylaws are living documents and that can be amended with a majority vote at any time. Tonight, as you mentioned, President Craighead, we'll discuss, or you'll discuss, the vote on the 18th bylaw, 9016, closed session purposes and agendas. This bylaw refers to and is consistent with the Brown Act. This bylaw allows a clear understanding for board members and the public when dealing with confidential matters as defined by California law. In the draft document for the bylaw, I provided explanations for the 2 red line edits that we recommend in the original draft document that was published back in December. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about those edits if necessary, provide any other assistance during this discussion tonight. I do want to take a moment just to thank the board for thoughtfully and thoroughly going through this process, the proposed bylaws. It's been a bit of a run here over the past 8 months. But you've completed the work that's been demanded of you, and I appreciate and I've enjoyed working with all of you. So thank you with that. With that, I'll turn it over to President Craighead.
Thank you. And we've enjoyed the process and having you facilitate this bylaw adventure with us.
Enjoyed's a very loose word.
I'm not going to argue with you. But how about this? But we've enjoyed having Mr. Strumfer facilitate the process.
There we go.
Okay.
Don't go too far, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I will ask for a motion to adopt the bylaw to get us started.
Move to approve.
Second.
And discussion.
Can we make some changes to this proposed bylaw? The second paragraph, you eliminate the word quorum, so that it reads: the president, any 4 members of the board, or the superintendent or designee may place items on the closed session agenda in accordance with the requirements set forth in the Brown Act. Allowing board members to request that an item is placed on the agenda independent of a quorum ensures transparency, supports equitable participation, and ensures that all board members have a fair opportunity to raise topics for consideration in alignment with their responsibilities to their community. So can we eliminate the word quorum there?
You can if you have a majority vote. It depends on what the board would like to do on that. I mean, yeah.
Well, you want us to...
So the other board bylaws that we've passed, we've had discussion, and there's some changes that have been made before we take it to a vote. So that's what I'm asking. There are a few things that I think could help this, help me to vote in favor of this bylaw, but there are a few things that I think need to change, this being one of them.
Okay, I just want to clarify that you're not saying go back to where it says any 4 members.
Yes, I am.
Wait.
So 4 members are more than a quorum.
Well, that was going to be
the
my
way I
next.
was interpreting is that it allows any one of the members and the president to put an item on the agenda. It was in,
The way it was written, which was kind of like a supermajority type thing, right? Where you have any 4 members of the board.
right.
And what I suggested is we change that to a quorum, so for democracy's sake, so that it's, instead of a supermajority, it just has to be a majority. I think if I understand you correctly, but tell me, as often I don't, is that you want to take out the word quorum and just say any
Any
board
of the
member
4, yes.
could put an item in closed
That's
session.
correct. That's what I'd like to see there.
With no process, just anyone can say, this is what needs to be included.
Yeah, I mean,
in
I
closed
think
session?
in closed session, I don't think that, we're gonna be running out of opportunities to add things into the agenda, but I think that to allow for opportunity for consideration of things, I think it would be fair to allow any board member to add an agenda item.
In your earlier statement, you said why you thought that was true. I didn't hear that. I was trying to figure it out.
Oh, just to be fair, and if there's something that, a board member may need to include to an agenda, to the agenda for closed session, to be in alignment with the responsibilities to their community, I think that we should be able to do so.
Yeah, the only thing I would mention is that closed session is very legal in nature, right?
Correct.
There's limitations to what can be in closed session, and there's certain rules that have to be followed.
I agree.
So
And
I'm just going to say, sometimes there might be a board member who wants to put something on that isn't appropriate for closed session. I suppose, if you're working with Mr. Riol, that would be one way to go about it. But another way is to have a majority board vote say, yes, we believe this is a Brown Act, a correct way to proceed under the Brown Act in closed session, and let's add it. So there, like I said, you can make that change if you want to. Your first question was, can you do it? And the answer is sure. You just, whatever the majority of the board wants to do tonight, as they have with the other 17, you can make any changes you want to make.
Yeah, and I think that it can be included so long as that's within, following, what we are supposed to follow legally.
So the part where I'm struggling here, because I hear your point. Right now, the process in which we can add something to the agenda in closed session is with the board president, which is voted on. We're talking about a quorum of board members, which is obviously enough for a vote, which is 3.
Or 2.
Yeah, right. And or the superintendent, who was also voted on. So we're talking about a democratic process in which things can be brought to the board. And you're saying that there should not be a democratic process to bringing things to closed session. For what reason? I think that's the part where I'm just confused.
Yeah, don't take it that way, Mr. Miller. Not that I don't believe in a democratic process. I just believe that board members are elected, and we 20% of we represent 20% of the community out there, and so I think it just if we wanted to put something on the agenda, I think we should be able to.
And
So not that I'm trying to undermine a process, and I don't know how, if we were gonna run to that opportunity to hey, I have something to put on that agenda every time we have a meeting, but just to have it as an option.
Yeah, and I hear you. I don't think that anybody has a plan to abusing our closed session powers. I think the part that I'm getting to is that when it comes to being able to get something put on the agenda, I would hope that, at least if it was me in this position, I could articulate myself and articulate the reason enough to get at least 1 to 2 board members to understand the importance of that issue. And I think that you can, and Doug can, and everyone else can. And so continuing to have a voting, either somebody who's been voted in these positions to be able to put things on the agenda, and or being able to come to a vote to put it on the agenda, still makes the most sense to me.
Okay, so the maker of the motion, Dr. Benitez, would you accept that as an amendment to your motion, that we strike the word quorum?
I don't on the motion that I made, but if you all want to entertain a separate motion with, because we have other edits or suggested edits. So unless we're going to go through all of them and then ask me to make the motion again, I don't want to.
No, I'm not.
I mean, and accept them as friendly amendments. Sorry, I'd rather us make a decision on the motion that's before us, and if it gets voted down, then we go through all of the additional suggested edits.
Okay, we can do it that way. All right, so we'll move on then. Are there any further comments or questions?
I do have 2 questions on my own motion. Wayne, can you confirm, it's implicit in the comments, but it's not in the actual text as it reads now. The reason that government codes, as I understand it, are referenced here is because they, many of these things currently already are codified and exist, and whether it's Department of Ed code or what have you. Is there anything in the way it's written now in this policy under what can be in closed session? So you have listed out personnel matters, negotiations and collective bargaining, matters related to students, security matters, et cetera, et cetera. Is there any stuff in here that doesn't have to be here per the government codes that are cited?
No, they're all in the government code.
They are required by government code to be in closed session.
Correct. There's a couple that we don't include here, but they don't refer to the school board. There's a hospital board exception and a couple others, but they don't apply to us.
So to reword it, just for confirmation, we're not including stuff on here that government code doesn't already require for us to do.
No, it's the law. We're just, honestly, this one is to put the law into a policy so that the board can look at it and see it in writing. The public can look at it and see it in writing and understand when you come out of closed session and say, this is a confidential student matter. They understand if they're so inclined to look into it. Now they understand. Oh, okay, that's what they're doing. So it's kind of a transparency. It's a opportunity to, instead of just saying, oh, it's a law out there, we actually have it as a policy. That's the idea behind it.
Thank you. So then my second question is related to that. It also allows for us as individuals or as a collective board to hold ourselves accountable for when there are things that are being discussed in closed session that don't fall into one of these, for us to say that shouldn't be in closed session or that shouldn't be a closed session discussion, correct?
Correct.
And so what I then worry about is if any of us can put an item on the agenda, then there would have to be some very deliberate, concrete, specific, detailed process for then how do we determine if that falls into one of these, if any of us can make at any point, say, I want these 3 things in closed session, there would have to be some kind of mechanism to say that violates one or more of these codes, correct?
Yeah, and I think that is the mechanism that's in here with the quorum is that mechanism. So the quorum, you can have a discussion, you can bring in your general counsel if you need to, and you can have the discussion. I think that's the purpose of it.
Okay, so now under personnel matters, as I read this, board may hold closed session to consider the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, or dismissal of an employee. Part of what we cover in closed session is the performance evaluation of our superintendent. Is that what we're talking about here, or do we need to specifically say superintendent?
No, it's included.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are my questions.
Under matters related to students, it states that the board shall meet in closed session to consider the expulsion of a student unless the student submits a written request at least 5 days before the date of the hearing that the hearing is to be held in open session. Can we add parent and guardian in there so that it reads, the board shall meet in closed session to consider the expulsion of a student unless the student, parent, or guardian submit a written request at least 5 days before the date of the hearing, that the hearing be held in open session.
You are under, you are under matters related to students.
Yes, or
paragraph,
it has to be the student.
Paragraph,
That writes, like legally, does it have to be only the student that submits a written request? And
Yeah.
why didn't we add parent and?
I understand your
legal
question. I
guardian?
just need to look at the wording. Is it paragraph 1 or
Two.
two? It's the under the Brown Act, it does talk about the student, and I think it assumes that if a student's under the age of 18, that can also be a parent or guardian. If you want to put that in there, that, well, my concern would be, and I could turn it over to Jeff too, but my concern would be is that you have two parents, and one of the parents says, I want to do this in public, and the student says, I don't, and the other parent says, I don't. If we word it that a parent or a guardian or a student can do it, then we have an issue that would be illegal to do, because you have this one parent who's saying, let's do it in public, and we do it in public. That's not appropriate. So that's a concern I would have. And if you do and or, you still have to have the student. At the end of the day, the student has to say, yes, I agree with mom. I want to have this in public session. So I think this wording is correct. And I'll turn it over to
I think
Jeff.
I'm just concerned because it specifically states that the student has to write this. So if you're dealing with a 10-year-old, 12-year-old student.
No.
I
Sorry.
think, if I may, I think it's the educational rights holder who has the ability to make the request. If a student's under the 18, the parent or legal guardian is the educational rights holder who has the ability to make that request. I don't know that a student under the age of 18, unless there's some suspending circumstances, would be able to do that. Which is why I think it differentiates between parent, guardian, or adult student.
Can it be clear in the bylaw?
I think it's not clear if you change it.
Well, it's a student, if not.
What would you want to change it to, just so I understand?
Well, I think I have the fact that it says that it's a student who submits a written request. I think that's what's, for me, problematic, because
Second line, second paragraph.
I can see that if you're a high school student being expelled, but if you're a 10-year-old being expelled, you're asking them to submit the written request.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's implying that the written request has to be written by the student, but
I mean, we can clear that up. I understand your concern.
What does the government code currently read as, Wayne?
You know, I don't have it in front of me. We could look at it. Maybe.
This one's actually in the education code.
Yeah.
As to this piece, and it just indicates that it indicates that student matters can be held in closed session.
Right.
I don't have the language in front of me.
Yeah, it does, in the first paragraph, it does say if a written request for open session is received from the parent, guardian, or adult student, it will be honored to the extent that it does not violate the privacy of any other student.
Right, so just keep it consistent.
So what you're saying is to have this, unless so you'd say, the board shall meet in closed session to consider the expulsion of the student unless the parent, guardian, or adult student submits a written request at least 5 days for the date. That's, from my perspective, from legal perspective, it's consistent. And
if it's the same, do we even need it then, Wayne? If it's saying the exact same thing.
Well, I think you make a good point, Member Lopez, in that I think the second paragraph assumes the first paragraph, right? So it says unless the student submits, but what it's saying is unless the student's parent, guardian, or adult student submits. So if you're concerned about the confusion that would bring, there's no legal a problem with changing that language to be consistent with the first paragraph. I'm looking at Jeff to make sure that you're in agreement with that. Yeah.
So we would use the same wording, parent / guardian or adult student, to replace the
It's
student.
both- yes, both.
Okay.
It's both
Correct.
A student.
And
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to confirm, the education code is 35146, and it does reference the parent, not the student.
Yeah, and that takes care of the issue that I saw, which was when you have the two parents, either parent can do it. So as long as it's the parent receiving the parent, yeah, I think that'll be fine. I'm just conferring with Jeff since he's going to have to deal with this and once I move on.
Well, do we have anything else? Any
Yes,
other?
I have one more.
Okay.
Under pending litigation, if you can delete the word district. So it should read, based on the advice of its legal counsel, the board may hold a closed session to confer with or receive advice from its legal counsel instead of district legal counsel regarding pending litigation. So I think that, even though the board continues to rely on superintendent's legal counsel for guidance on various matters, I think to ensure clarity, independence, and alignment with the best governance practices, it probably would be appropriate for our bylaws to clearly state that the board should have access to and receive advice from its own legal counsel when needed.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, except I'm not sure it belongs in pending litigation. I mean, with pending litigation, your district counsel is the one who's handling those cases. When I was in that position, I was the person who would bring them to you, or if you had questions, we would talk, and it's the same with Jeff now the past year. I wouldn't know if you wanted to talk about a case that was pending litigation, I would have to go to Jeff, or whoever you would hire to do that would have to go to Jeff anyway. So I understand what you're saying, and and I understand your point of you want to have separate counsel in certain situations, and I think that makes total sense. But I'm not sure pending litigation is the location for that.
And also, isn't it appropriate for us, if we have a conversation with legal counsel, to invoke a lawyer-client privilege? Like,
yes, yes, I mean, you would have that. So let's say that I am that special counsel for you going forward, and Jeff is the district general counsel. If Jeff sees a conflict, he would say to you, "Hey, I'm conflicted here for whatever reason." If there's some, I don't think it would happen in litigation, but somehow let's say it does, then you would come to me or whoever is in this position as your special counsel. So you would have that ability to do it. I just think pending litigation, I can't think of a time in my career, and I can't think of a situation where you wouldn't be able to talk to your general counsel about pending litigation. I don't see a conflict come up in that regard. I suppose if, something incredibly ugly like one of your executive staff sues the board, but I think I can't imagine a situation for litigation where that would happen.
I do have to state, without saying much, that there was already a situation, and I felt that we needed someone to speak to independent of the superintendent's legal counsel, and we didn't have someone. So because it was in closed session, can't disclose it, but I have to say that's already come up.
So Wayne, going back to your what is considered pending litigation, we have the definition of what we're considering pending litigation in that scenario. But item number 1 there, I'm either misreading it or doesn't make sense to me. Litigation to which the board is a party has been initiated formally. Am I reading that correctly?
I think it's missing and has been initiated formally. Or a comma.
But
Well,
in I guess, I mean, we should correct that, obviously, but I guess my question pertaining to the discussion right now is, don't those three definitions provide then the parameter on why it should be the district's legal counsel?
I think so. Yes. I mean, the board is always you're always going to be a party of litigation, right? Anytime
Correct.
the district is sued,
Right.
the board is sued, the superintendent is sued. I mean, that's just the natural legal process.
So how are you, what are your suggestion to cleaning up number one then, so that it makes sense?
Litigation to which the board is a party to and has been initiated formally.
What does that mean?
It means that it's actually a lawsuit and you're actually named as a board.
Which again, I presume that we're not being named autonomous of the district.
No.
In that.
Right. Right.
We're part of the district.
Correct. Correct. The issue about the board having their own counsel, whether it's pending litigation, whether it's personnel actions, whatever the issue is, if there's a feeling of the board that you should have independent counsel, you decide that as a board, and then you hire independent counsel, whether it's pending litigation, whether it's whatever issue it might be.
And then do we not call that, isn't that counsel, like you right now, hired by the district?
Yeah, that's another thing that in doing this and changing it to district, is I'm not sure that in my position, I don't qualify as district counsel, right? I'm no longer the general counsel, but I'm hired by the district, I'm hired by the board, you approved the contract, and so I am, in a sense, district legal counsel. So I think there's an argument for that as well.
And to put it, to give some context to it, I have been on a board in a situation where I believed that the board needed independent counsel, and we agreed enough so that we got independent counsel, and there were, and it involved leadership in the district, and so there has to be. I believe there needs to be a vehicle, but I think it should be on a vote of the board or something. There just has to be a way to do it if it comes up, because it may come up, in any number of situations that opportunity needs to be preserved. It just doesn't.
So if I may, I think if you look at that first sentence, and yes, we agree to the extent there are 3 board members that believe that there needs to be independent counsel or special counsel on a particular matter, that's up to the majority of the board to make that determination, which they can do at any time. The first pair, or when you look at that reading of that first sentence, some of this is based upon the district, on district's legal counsel. The board may hold session to confer or receive advice from its legal counsel regarding pending litigation when the discussion. So there, at one point, there's a difference between making a determination, this is a closed session item that you can put on and discuss in closed session. Depending on which legal counsel is going to be addressing that particular issue, that's going to be up to what the issue is and what the board is. If there's a conflict, I've always indicated as counsel to the board and counsel to the district and the superintendent, if I believe that there is a conflict with something that I need to, or that the board is seeking advice on, I will let you know that I believe there's a conflict and advise when separate counsel would be necessary.
Even if you don't advise it, we can let you know that as a board, right?
You can make a determination based upon my advice or other advice, but ultimately that's the client's determination. But typically it's based on legal advice.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments on this?
a clarification that I need for under pending litigation, after the numbered paragraphs, the paragraph that begins, the above record does not need to identify an alleged victim. This is obviously a sensitive area, but I wondered whether that meant that the board could identify the victim, and whether that would create a problem that we could eliminate by instead of saying does not need to, just said, what I wrote next to it was the above record, doesn't mean they could name the victim. I think I'd rather eliminate that possibility.
Yeah, I think the reason for this language is that sometimes victims name themselves, sometimes they don't, right? We've seen that in Harvey Weinstein and some other cases, right? Sure. So when they do name themselves, you would have the option to go ahead and name them on the agenda. So that allows for that possibility, but otherwise you're correct. So
I know. I noted the language at the end where it says, unless the identity of the person has been publicly disclosed.
Yeah.
So do you have a suggestion on how we would word it, Doug?
I think, Mr. Otto, if I'm understanding what you're saying, the above record should not identify an alleged victim.
Yeah.
And then at the end, unless the identity, which is already there, unless the identity of the person has been publicly disclosed.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that correct?
Yes.
Should not or will not or shall not, whatever
Mm-hmm.
language you want to use.
I like should.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions on this one? Okay, so if you want to take the proposed changes as a friendly amendment, we have on page 79, the second paragraph, to strike the word quorum. That's one proposed change. On page 81, I didn't make a note of that change, but are we eliminating a paragraph or?
No.
Yeah, on page 81, when we were talking about matters related to students.
We're adding the consistent language from paragraph 1 into paragraph 2, is that correct,
Yes.
Ms. Lopez?
Okay, so there's that one, and then on page 82, under the numbered bullet points, number 1 should say litigation to which the board is a party to and has been initiated formally. And on page 83, the first sentence would read, the above record should not identify an alleged victim.
So on page 82, you just add the word and?
You're adding to and. So it's 2 words, T-O, and then A-N-D. Because this is getting tricky with the explanation.
It's litigation to which the board is a party to and has been initiated formally.
Yeah. So those are the proposed amendments, and Dr. Benitez, as the motion maker, you can accept or reject those.
So I do not accept the change from quorum to all 4 members, if that was what was the suggestion.
Yep.
I do accept, what was the next one, Diana?
The next one was page 81.
Sorry, we're going out of order, that's why. I do accept the adding the language in first paragraph to be consistent in the second paragraph. If we go back to page 82.
No,
82.
I do
That's
not
correct.
accept, based on Mr. Reel's reading and interpretation, removing district, because I think we're covered if we can at any time go get our own council. including in those instances where it's not consistent with the recommendation of legal counsel. I do accept adding the words "to" and the words "and" to the first number under
Right.
that section. And I do accept using whatever legally is most appropriate, whether it should, shall. The attorneys can figure that one out for us in page 83.
Let's use the King James Version.
Should not.
Okay, so that's the motion before us. All in favor?
Oh,
Aye.
aye.
Any opposed?
I vote no.
Any abstentions? That passes 4-1. Mr. Strumpfer, I want to thank you very much. We will miss you. Thank you for being with us during this process.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you as always. So thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Wayne,
Yeah.
I will tell you, man, you have been good to us on a number of fronts, and this process wasn't easy. So I really do appreciate your help, man. I know we gave you a lot of wordsmithing and a lot of long nights, but all things considered, I think that this is for the betterment of our board and for the betterment of the district. So thanks again.
Okay, next on the agenda is student outcome focused governance implementation timeline. I will tell you from our weekly meetings, some next steps we're working on are scheduling some trainings that we need with our coach, and that'll be coming up in the near future. And then also, we're working on the community engagement piece with Member Miller, and I think you have something to share about the script for our community engagement.
Yes. So I have officially provided the board with a draft, and it's not in your packets. It would not be in your packets, unfortunately. I did not finish this draft until yesterday, but I did provide a draft to. No, we don't have them up here just yet. Is there some copies? I think that they're going to be provided.
What?
No. So once again, this is not a voting item. This is something for your own information and for review. Once again, this is not an item that needs to be voted on, but in the same token, it is something that I definitely would like your perspective on when it comes to this being a standardized script that would be used at all of these different district meetings when it comes to our community engagement. And I want to make sure that we're on the same page on why we are going with the usage of a script in contrast to almost an impromptu approach towards going towards these meetings. And it's because we want these meetings with our communities to be standardized from one district to the next. We want our messaging to be clear and concise when it comes to what we share with the community, what the expectations are when we go from one district to the next, while the information may be slightly tweaked, slightly different, because obviously as our board goals continue to evolve, we'll have different information that we'll be sharing, but we want to make sure that we approach the same topics, we approach the same meeting norms, and we provide the community with the same expectations in every meeting. And so that's what this script is designed to do in regards to just making sure that we have a standardization when it comes to the types of meeting and the meeting norms for those community engagement.
Would you like me to make a motion to receive it,
Yes,
but not vote on it?
correct.
Are you making it, Mr. Otto? Or
No.
are we being, are we joking around about that?
No, I'm not going to make it.
Okay. Then I do have a couple of questions, given that we just received it right now. What is our expectation in terms of timeline to provide feedback, input to this draft? And then second is, by what mechanism will we provide feedback and input into this draft?
Next meeting.
So technically, with this document being something that is internal for us, this is not something that, all due respect, we want to continue to keep our norms of community transparency and making sure that we get community input on all of our activities. This is really the script in which we'll be using to have those community engagements. So technically, the conversations can stay within the five of us as we develop this together, and we can work on this. If I'm not mistaken, and Jeff, I would like your input here. This is something that can be talked about and maybe wordsmith in closed session, correct? Yeah. Does this have to be?
Apologize.
Yeah.
As it relates to, it could be developed outside of a meeting just through
Correct.
through going back and forth. But I don't see a close. Right now, there's nothing in my mind that this would fall under a closed session.
Understood.
It seems like it could be reviewed by the board and brought to the implementation team meeting with any, and I'm happy to collect the feedback if you want me to collect feedback from board members and bring it to our August 18th implementation team meeting. We meet weekly, except we're not meeting next week, so it gives an additional week to work on it if you have feedback.
I guess the only challenge I see with that, Dr. Baker, is because some of this is sort of philosophical in terms of values around community engagement. I don't know then where we would have a conversation or conversations regarding feedback and input that would be provided. I mean,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You'd have to bring it back to the September board meeting.
The question is whether we adopt it and what that means, right?
yes, Doug, but if it's meant to be an internal document that's used as a tool at the meetings, I'm just wondering, then where do we have a conversation about what we want?
We can have it, we just don't have to vote on it.
Right.
And that was my statement earlier, is that, once again, this is an internal document that is for us as a tool, not as a bylaw or as, all due respect, a tool that needs to be highly critiqued by the community.
So I'm coming back to you, Jeff. Then where would we have that discussion?
As to how you would modify the script?
Yes.
Well, you could do it here in open session.
Well, but that's what I'm, are you good with that, Doug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the intent.
Okay.
I just misunderstood then Mr. Miller's preference for not having this be an open.
My question, I think that I answered, hopefully
no
was the
good
question
reason
you
to.
asked, was, is this something that you can have a discussion in closed session about? And my answer was, nothing comes to mind as to one of the, as we just passed a bylaw, one of those topics that can go into the closed session.
Got it.
Certainly you could have this discussion right now as part, or at another time if you bring it back, after there's some individual feedback that goes through, bring a copy back. But I think this is an item when you want to collectively discuss it, it's an open session item for the discussion, for the fine tuning. Yeah.
Can I offer some thoughts, Mr. Miller?
Yes, please.
So, in the spirit of remaining consistent to the collaborative approach that I know you're approaching this with, I do think we need some time to read through it.
Absolutely.
And I do think if Dr. Baker's offering to collect our input, and then we, at whatever meeting we are going to have this discussion without having to adopt it formally, then we can look at each other's input, feedback, have a conversation, and then go from there.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I guess the piece where, and Jeff, once again, this is more of a learning opportunity for me. Obviously, we literally just passed a bylaw regarding how we get things put on closed session. So I guess this topic becomes pertinent. For me, this is really a tool in which we would use to do our business, not necessarily a policy that would, or so you get where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I think your point is, and I think it's a good point. What you've actually passed was the community engagement plan. That was what it is that you developed in session, passed. This, to your point, is a tool that can be adjusted, modified. It's not coming back in front of the board as an action item for
Right.
further approval. So there's some greater flexibility related to how you wordsmith this as a working document. So I think I finally got your point.
Yeah.
And so I think that can happen. That's not, in my mind, going to be a violation of the Brown Act related to serial communications, because you're not bringing this back for an action item. You're really just doing this as an internal tool that you're going to utilize as a script.
Correct.
And it's actually the community engagement plan that was actually passed.
Correct.
And this is just a supplement.
But it doesn't fall under the categories that are allowable in
Right.
closed session. So
Right.
just to, and I think
That's
that's where
correct.
Jeff
Yes,
started.
I want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
So according to the Brown Act, if we want to discuss this script, it needs to be done in public.
Well, I think you want, for transparency, you probably want to bring it back for final approval or final acceptance, however you decide to do that. But no, because you're not taking action on it, it is something that you could discuss or receive input, or we can do it through Dr. Baker in terms of some of those initial pieces, and ultimately bring it back if that's something.
So are we talking about individual board members sending their ideas, revisions, comments to Dr. Baker, and then she comes up with a new draft? Is that what we're talking about? I just want to be clear.
I think I offered to collect the feedback and either put the copies together for Mr. Miller, bring it to the implementation team to show what the feedback has been, and pass it back to board member Miller.
Right.
However, I think Jeff's counsel around it's not a violation of the Brown Act for Eric in this case to even ask individual board, you're not voting on something, so there's not a daisy chaining of votes. He could also, correct me if I'm wrong, but he could also ask board members, what do you think about this? What changes do you want? Because it's not something that you're voting upon. That could be done outside of the boardroom, and then a next draft brought into the boardroom if there's for collective discussion.
And the way I understand the Brown Act, and correct me if I'm wrong, a board member is able to collect information from another board member as long as there are not more than 2 board members that are discussing it. And I just want to be clear to the public that we will not be discussing this as a board. We're going to be submitting our ideas, revisions, or whatever to our superintendent, who will pass along those notes to Member Miller. Did I capture that okay?
You may have, but it sort of leaves out the reason I suggested the process is because I would find value in discussing it with you all. I find little to no value in just being able to provide input without knowing what anybody else is thinking about.
Well, that's why I mentioned that would have to happen in open session, because if we're going to have a discussion, it has to be in public. That's why I said it would be here.
So you're absolutely right. There's a subtle difference here. And the difference is that you're not asking for this item to be brought back to the board for approval by the board, because it's just a working document that you're going to be using as a script. So all of those things that you just indicated are absolutely accurate as it relates to an item that may be coming onto the agenda for final approval or for approval by the board. We have to deal and worry about those Brown Act concerns and questions. This one is a little bit different because you're not bringing it back for final approval by the board. You're not taking action on this particular item. You're really just developing some talking points in community meetings that you're going to want to be holding at some future time.
So what we need to do is decide as a board, do we want to discuss this, or do we just want to submit revisions? That's what we need to decide.
How about if I make a recommendation that we put this on our next agenda?
And it can be done as an information item. We have
Right.
that all the time.
That's my
Discuss
point,
it, not take a vote.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, I'm not saying we need to take a vote. I'm saying in order for us to discuss it, it needs to be on the agenda.
And that's why I think we should
for
put it on.
public meeting.
I'm recommending we put it on the agenda, and if we can all agree with that, then.
Okay, well, then let's have kind of a consensus. Well,
let's follow our policy on how we're gonna put stuff on the agenda.
yes, so.
Well,
I'll-
this item has always come under the SOFG timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So, and which is a standing item on the agenda. Each time we've talked about, at least the community engagement plan, it's been under that standing agenda item. So you can always bring it back under that standing agenda item as an information.
So, Jeff, I mean, this is all great, where I'm learning. Why can't we just do what we said, what was suggested? We submit, Eric brings back a revised, and we have what Mr. Otto was, a discussion without having to do anything.
So you're saying and, not or?
I thought I had already said it, but I'm not articulating it correctly. I don't think we need to do anything. All I said was an opportunity to discuss. I'm not saying we vote on it, and all I'm sort of trying to delineate here is the process which
Right.
you've outlined. It'll go to Dr. Baker. Mr. Miller will bring it back with our suggestion, and then we discuss it.
Right, so I'm not saying voting.
Okay.
I'm not saying voting. I'm saying submit notes, revisions, and we discuss in public, not or, not,
And we don't have to add it because Jeff just pointed out we already have a standing item.
okay. But I just want to make sure that it's clear for anybody watching, or millions of viewers watching, the process.
This is what
and
happens
we've-
when we go 4 hours in.
Right.
Yeah,
And so I think, that, once again, this is a learning process for me. I want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So obviously, from this document standpoint, we already have a plan. We'll keep it under the an implementation timeline. Umbrella will, you've already received it. Maybe you received it a meeting early, as this will be in the packet. Next meeting, we can have a more formal discussion with edits. My point in this, just moving forward, is that for me, when I think about the hierarchy of importance of things that should go on a board agenda, though I recognize that the script in which we'll be sharing and be using as a tool in our meetings are important, this to me is just a minute document that is going to act as a tool for communication. And so is there no mechanism for us as a board, the 5 of us, to be able to communicate with one another and work on something as small as a 3.5-page document?
I think that was the mechanism that was suggested, providing inputs to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It can go back and be discussed in the SOFG committee meeting. Any of those modifications or edits or suggestions, those suggestions can get incorporated, and then, as at least 3 of the board members seem to think, is that then bring it back for discussion again, so that it's out and open on a public agenda.
Okay. All right. Well, that's just all right. Sounds good to me.
So, do we want to have a deadline for submissions to you so you could come up with a second draft that will be presented to us in our packet? 7 days. You don't want a deadline?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The same thing.
I mean, my goal was to avoid this whole discussion and just have it.
But we have to discuss things in order to ensure we're doing things properly. And it has to be in public.
Well, and we can do that at the next meeting.
And we did that.
And
We have
so
done
the
that.
fear is that the daisy chain conversation piece. But if we're all sending our comments to Jill and then we bring those comments to the next meeting, then I think it clears that up, correct? Okay.
Very similar to what you've been doing with Mr. Strumfer related to the board.
Right.
Okay.
This is
And
known
once
as
again,
a-
it's not being voted on anyway. Right.
This is a special procedure called Yes, We're Not.
Yes, we're not. Got it.
But yes, we are sending our revisions
Jill.
and
My
notes to
apologies.
Dr. Baker. That's what we will be doing, so that she can have those in our packet.
Are we
7
voting on
days.
that?
No, we are not. No. But what we are doing is moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the board
65.
representative for election of members to the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization. That's on pages 104, 105 of the agenda. And basically, it's this board electing somebody to represent us to vote on, help me out here, Mr. Real.
To vote on members for the county committee, the county committee and school district
Right, and
organization.
that would be the extent of the service.
That's correct.
So it's basically us electing somebody to take care of a single task.
Are you taking nominations or what?
I'm
how's
taking
that?
nominations, so,
I nominate Doug Otto.
I decline.
looks like we need another nomination. Would somebody volunteer for the job? How about that?
I can also tell you what it entails, if that
Let's
would be
hear that.
helpful.
Oh, why muddy the water here?
So the county committee is a countywide committee, and it serves a very special function, unique function in the county. When those issues arise related to school district organization, unification, moving to under the California Voting Rights Act to voting by district areas, the county committee is activated. What your role is as the school board, every school board in the county gets to appoints one of their representatives to be the voting member for the district, who then elects county committee members. The county committee members serve 4-year terms. They're on rotating terms. There are 11 county committee members across the county. 10 are elected by supervisorial districts. 1 is elected at large. So your sole purpose or your sole obligation is to engage in the election process once a year. That election process happens, this might be one of the caveats, at the Los Angeles County School Trustees Organizational Meeting, which occurs usually in October, November timeframe. So one of the caveats might be any person that may be more active in the LA County School Trustees Association. I think they call it in LA County.
And the meetings, as far as you know, Jeff, are in person, virtual,
The meetings,
option?
that's the other benefit to this. There's also the ability to vote by mail. So you don't actually have to attend the meeting. I think they encourage attendance at the meetings. It's not required. There is a mail-in process as well.
I think the meeting last year was in Hawaii.
I'll volunteer if you need a volunteer.
We do need a volunteer. And is that an action item also?
Yes.
So we need a motion.
I move to accept Ms. Lopez's self-nomination.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I do have a question. Who has anyone on this board served in this capacity before? Oh my gosh, did I just open up a Pandora's box?
No, but I'll answer. We are not aware that in the last 5 years anyone has served in this capacity, and we are committed to answering the many emails that we have received from the county office to ensure that someone tonight is elected to the position.
Perfect. So let's take a vote.
And to clarify the record, I don't remember whether I was on it or not.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Member Lopez. Next on the agenda, we have board membership to committees and various organizations. In this bylaw process, one of the, forgive me for not knowing the number offhand, but one of our bylaws stated that we would make it a more transparent process when we have board members serving on committees, whether it's internal or external. And this is just an information item. This is not going to take long. What I'm going to do is just kind of lay out the different committees that we're involved with, and we can have this on a future meeting to vote on. But I'm just giving the information. So with CSBA, and that's the California School Board Association, we have 2 delegates. It's a 2-year term. Mr. Otto and I have been serving. We just started a new term before we underwent the bylaw process. And And so we're currently the delegates for CSBA. We can talk about that at the next meeting when we go to vote on that. And then other membership would include the Council of Great City Schools. Mr. Otto currently is our delegate for that. The Parent Policy Council, which is the parent group for Head Start. I'm currently serving in that capacity. Oh, and also, in the meantime, before the next meeting, we will have the requirements for these committees, how often they meet, what time they meet, what day of the week, that kind of thing. So you might have in your mind if you'd be interested in serving on that committee. Educare, that's a quarterly meeting. The implementation timeline, I know we've talked about that recently, but I think we should revisit that one.
What's that called again?
The implementation timeline, that's for our SOFG, Student Outcome Focused Governance. We're putting Wellness Council on the list. And I also wanted to add the CVIPI, the Violence Intervention Prevention group. And if there are any other...
Is that considered a committee?
Well, not a committee, but currently I'm a part of that council, and I'm representing the district. So I feel like it's, yes, it's with Centro Tra. But I feel that according to our bylaw, we need to include that so that we're completely transparent. And that's the move. That's why we're doing all this, is so that, you know, our communities understand where we're serving, how that process is handled, and it's just a matter of transparency.
Got it.
Is all.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I know Dr. Brown's been involved with CalVIP, but I thought that, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe things have evolved, but I used to be heavily involved. I used to be the chair, and I thought that anybody could be a member of CalVIP, right? So though you are a member of the board, unless they said the Long Beach Unified School District needs a representative here, then technically you are a member of the Long Beach community that coincidentally is also a school board member.
I feel that my service on this council for violence intervention and prevention is because I'm a member of this board. I'm not serving as a community member. During the meetings, when people have questions about the school district, and they do, I'm there to try and address those concerns, provide information. I'm representing the district.
Got it.
So, Madam Chair, with all due respect, if you've outlined some, I think what we're trying to determine here is if there's any additional ones, that this would be brought to a future meeting.
Yes.
Here's what I would request, if that's what your recommendation is.
Yes.
That we have very short, if you're like for this participate, just a description on what it is, the things you've already alluded to, like how many meetings, because I think we should also have a conversation on, look, I'm sure there's 50 other things that we could be serving on, like to determine, hey, here are the ones that we'll, have a process for, have a rep for, but there's a ton of other stuff that we're participating in that we're not there in an official capacity representing the board, and I wouldn't want us to get caught up in, hey, yeah, I am a school member, but I serve on different things, and for identification purposes, people are like, oh yeah, one's on school, but I don't see myself there representing the board. So I do think we do need to make some determination. I mean, I just counted out, there's 8 things right now, including any other ones that we're missing. And I think we need a little bit of time to go through what each of these is, how often it meets, term cycles, like are these 1 year, 2 year, 4 year terms? I'm thinking that the implementation timeline participation. We did vote for Mr. Miller, I believe, in addition to you. So is that something that we can include as an agenda item, go through these, and then that way we can have a discussion?
Yes, and Dr. Baker and I already talked about having all that information that you just outlined provided.
Perfect.
So that when we bring this item forward for a vote, we will have that in advance. Exactly what you said, yes.
So,
And I apologize, Madam Chair, because I was going to start asking questions too, and I was like, no, let's put it on
Yeah.
the agenda.
A way that I might also be supportive in this is the reference to bylaw 9025 actually talks about the specifics of what constitutes a board committee and other committees. So a way I might be helpful is, again, to collect all of the things that you think meet the criteria of 9025, including internally, you participate in advisory groups, and there's been a request to consider, might you want to move? Mr. Miller participates in workforce development. Might you want to move to policy and budget? And so a way I could be helpful is, tonight was about taking stock. What do you participate in? And then we could look at, for example, the violence prevention group. If that's a community meeting where you, Mrs. Craighead, are there because you're on the board, but it doesn't require, it could be for anybody, you're not officially representing, then we could do some homework and bring it back to you with additional information, including what we talked about, which is, if you're going to serve on Head Start Policy Council, it meets this day of the month at this time. So if that conflicts with your work schedule, don't sign up or don't nominate yourself or someone else to do it on that day. Or you'll hear the same thing that Mr. Otto said, which is no thank you. So to save some time the rest of the evening, I can send a reminder to send me anything you think you serve on behalf of the board. So what I'm bringing back to you is a compilation of all of those things, including the SOFG implementation team and the existing 3 superintendent advisory groups, which serve a purpose of building a relationship, building advisement from the board to staff, staff to board, in a way that is then brought into public view at a board meeting.
Thank you.
Talk about this some more?
No, we cannot. We are now at report of board members, so Member Miller, we'll start with you.
My man, Doug. So I'll be very brief. Yesterday was a National Night Out. For those that are unfamiliar, it is really centered around our law enforcement's opportunity to engage with the community in more of a social setting where they just want to they want to make sure that the community is aware that they are part of the community outside of their job as law enforcement, right? I've been a firm supporter in this work in regards to community engagement for our law enforcement employees for a long time, as I, as a black man, understand some of the uncomfortable and punitive activities that have occurred in my community for generations. And so this new approach towards community policing done by organizations like Why'd You Stop Me or LBPD, things of that nature, I understand why they are in place and some of the good work that they've done, but there's still obviously a lot of work to go. As we understand that there is room for improvement, it is heartbreaking to see in that same vein the behaviors of ICE employees that are relative to our law enforcement that are operating from a place of violence, that are operating from a place of secretive behavior. And I was very appreciative just a few days ago that our county supervisor, Janice Hahn, proposed the motion to a request that our law enforcement have to carry the same respects as all law enforcement, including ICE agents, in regards to not only showing who you are, but acknowledging that you are an officer of the law, as I think that that is an important piece to continuing to build that rapport with some of our lower income or socioeconomical disadvantaged communities. And so I'm appreciative of events like yesterday and the fun events that occurred at parks or in neighborhood associations. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that some of the federal government's behaviors are trying to tear down some of the great work that has been done. And so we as a community have to continue to stay vigilant in our fight to keep some of our great work in place, while also recognizing that there are systems in place that are trying to tear down. And so just keeping the main thing, and that is the respect of people in their jobs and appreciating them for the work that they do. And I'll hold the rest of my comments. So that'll be the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief as well. So President Craighead and I had the opportunity separately to meet with some Best Start Central Long Beach parents and other community leaders that Long Beach Forward convened to talk about sort of what motivated us to run for school board, but also provide updates on school district priorities right now, and then have an opportunity to engage in conversation around some questions that we received. I think it was called Coffee with a School Board Member or something like that. So thank you to Long Beach Forward, and most importantly, thank you to the parents, community leaders, caregivers that showed up, because they are certainly interested in all things education. But in this case, really, we're trying to figure out what's the best way to engage with our schools, with our school district, with our school board members. So I want to thank the parents, caregivers. I had a student in my session as well, 2 students actually, and thank you to Long Beach Forward. We just received a series of questions that they developed. We ran out of time. There were a lot of questions that we plan on following up with. So more information to come on that. I honestly haven't had a chance to go through all the questions that we just didn't have time to answer. So if it's okay with you, Dr. Baker, I'd love to follow up. And some of the questions I think we can provide pretty, rapid response to. Others, we may want to have a conversation as to who would be the best point of contact for those things. That's my report, Madam Chair. I left some room there so that you could add anything you wanted to add.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Otto.
In the beginning, I wanted to start no, I have no report tonight.
Thank you. Member Lopez.
Sure. As we begin the new school year, I remain hopeful for an environment where our shared values are not only written, but actively reflected in our daily behaviors, and where every voice is heard, respected, and valued. This is an opportunity to recommit ourselves to fostering a culture of accountability, empathy, and mutual respect. When our actions align with our stated principles, we create a community that is not only safe and inclusive, but one where students, teachers, administrators, and support staff feel empowered to contribute and grow. Let's work collaboratively to ensure that expectations are clear, consistently upheld, and grounded in our collective commitment to equity and excellence. When every member of the LBUSD community feels heard, seen, and supported, we pave the way for success. On another note, I do want to remind the public that my email is milopez@lbschools.net. It's not mlopez@lbschools.net. There is a Maria Lopez in the district, and she often gets emails intended for me. So if I'm not responding, you're probably sending an email to the incorrect address. So don't forget to include that I after the M when you're emailing me. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Dr. Benitez mentioned, we both participated in the coffee chat, and I will say that the people in attendance were very engaged, and the positive attitude and that the spirit of collaboration and everything was was very strong and welcomed. And I just want to encourage our colleagues when you are contacted by Long Beach Forward to really consider participating. I came away feeling so good about the work that the district does, our communities, the people that we serve, and I know that the people in attendance felt the same way. And I don't know, we had different time slots, but I know, as probably with the session that you were featured in, there's such a concern in the community about how we're keeping our kids safe. That kind of overshadows everything that we're doing right now, and people want to know how they can help. People want to know how they can help the district protect the students. And so, of course, we had conversations about that, and when I mentioned our cell phone policy, that got a huge response. I think people are very anxious to, yeah. Well, this was definitely part of the conversation about how we stand in solidarity with our community and what information is available on our website. And we do have these red cards available. We do have information on the website. And so we will continue to have those kinds of conversations. And it's a wonderful opportunity to really connect in person with people. I won't belabor that point too much, but also before our next board meeting, school starts. We have 2 high schools that are starting next week, and then we have the larger district starting, I believe it's Tuesday, August 26th. Oh, okay. So I just want to remind everybody to be careful, to be safe out there. The traffic situation around schools, first day of school, first week of school, first couple of weeks, it's hard to get acclimated to the traffic, and we want to make sure all our students are safe. If you're dropping your student off at school, don't pull up across the street and have them run across. That's very unsafe. Try and give yourself enough time to fight the traffic in a safe way and park, and especially the younger kids, the elementary kids. And if you don't have a kid currently in school, be careful. We're going to have a lot of cars around our school campuses, so let's work together in keeping everybody safe. Dr. Baker?
Thank you. Actually, I'll take it right from there, and thank you for just amplifying the excitement that we have for our students coming back. Our back to school webpage is live on our website, and so our team's going to pull it up just so we can share a couple of things. Earlier this week, a mailer went out to every family who was registered at the time with a back to school mailer, as well as a magnet with all of our dates of the year. You can see the back to school guide there. Important safety information, important standing in solidarity information, and important checklists for families who are preparing with their students to come back to school. So this went out in hard copy, but it's also available instantly right now on our webpage. Thank you, communications team, for that. And for families who have moved into our area and need to enroll through next Friday, the 18th, actually families can come to our administration building right here during the day and register their students to make that a more efficient process and be assigned the school of residence where they get everything started. We've actually had more than 300 families register students this summer right here in this building, a great addition to our summer services. So speaking of summer services, I had, and I'll be quick with this, but I had a wonderful opportunity to join the Center of Black Student Excellence team while they were hosting the Power of Expression Learning series. groups of students ranging in elementary, grades 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and high school students working around defining me through depth and complexity, a group of students that were with Dr. Lovett, exploring that. Two of our counselors, Mr. Lovelace and Mr. Walton, who have other names like MC and Mr. G-Dub, they were teaching, entering the elements of creativity around hip-hop culture mixed with history and expression. Wonderful to see middle school students there engaged. And then archiving the Black student experience through storytelling that was presented by Devontae Jameson and Sherwin Parker, a counselor and one of our administrators together. It was magical. So the center has been alive this summer. There have been dozens of tours, groups coming in to see the center and how it might be useful for their community groups, and then to see students and teachers and counselors in the space was wonderful as well. More to come on the Center of Black Student Excellence. Also want to thank two of our community groups that make such a difference for families. 4 families that TCC Family Health seeks to support many of our most marginalized families with health care, dental care, orthodontic care. Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama and I got to tour the newest of the TCC Family Health environments and to interact with their staff, and they are as passionate about our community as we are about our students. And it was just a wonderful opportunity to explore possibilities with them for expanded services and just to share ideas and be in their space. Also, the Aquarium of the Pacific staff invited us. Mr. Zaid and I spent a few hours there, had a wonderful lunch, got to touch some things in the tanks and talk about education programming and what what additional possibilities exist for our elementary age students in particular. But we also got to interact with high school students who were there doing their internship and set up to teach younger students, and just a wonderful program that our community benefits from year-round, but also gave us an opportunity in some of the quieter days of summer to explore possibilities with them. And then just super excited to be out at our facilities. Our facilities team and all who work with them, just incredible work that has been accelerated this summer. We are about to see an incredible field and track opening at Jordan High School, the first blue track in our district. Credit to Keisha Irving and her team just advocating for that for the community. It's a beautiful center ready to go for the first football game, with an event opening on August 16th, a ribbon cutting ceremony and a community fair between 10 and 2 on the Jordan campus. And then 2 wonderful aquatic centers that are opening up at Lakewood High School, beautiful facility that is opening up for the start of the school year, as well as Wilson. Those projects have been in the works for many years. In fact, they date back probably 7 to 8 years from initial design, investment in our bond money, and now to see them open is wonderful. And then lastly, gratitude for our sports community. This week at Jordan High School, actually, Moore League Football had a media day where all of the teams came together to elevate the voice of students, the accomplishments of students with their coaches and members of the football team, just to talk about their excitement and what they expect for the football season that will open, I think, in a week and a half. Before the actual Moore League competition starts. So we have a lot to look forward to as Sato and Cam's kick off the first day of school next week, followed by most of our students. We will be revisiting all of our safety protocols, all of our protections for our students and families. Our wellness centers will be open for families. Counselors will be around to provide any support. Nutrition services will be actively waiting for students to come back. And so whatever we can do to ensure student safety when they get to school, we will be doing. And we stand in solidarity with our immigrant community and look forward to seeing our 60,000 plus students come back to school within the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the regular business of our meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is September the 3rd. So if there's no objection, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone, and good night.